It was supposed to be a simple weekend getaway, a break from the noise of daily life and the constant buzz of notifications. I've been looking forward to it for weeks. Just me, my backpack, a tent, and the woods. There's something peaceful about camping alone. No need to deal with anyone's schedule or distractions. I could enjoy the sound of the wind in the trees, the crackling of a campfire, and the smell of pine and fresh air. I'd heard about a spot not too far from the nearest town, a secluded campsite by a small lake surrounded by dense forest, perfect for a quiet retreat. The trail to get there wasn't well marked, which I liked. It meant there'd be fewer people. After a couple of hours driving, I parked my car near a trailhead and set off into the woods with my gear. The first few hours were easy. The trail was wide, the sun was still high, and the birds were out in full force. There was no rush. I took my time, letting the rhythm of the hike settle in. The weight of the backpack on my shoulders felt oddly comforting. I felt grounded, even if my mind was still tangled with the little things back home. It wasn't until I got deeper into the forest that things began to feel off. I couldn't pinpoint why at first. The trees started to feel taller, the air thicker, and the sounds of the forest seemed to change. The birds were quieter now, and the only noise was the occasional rustle of leaves underfoot and the soft creak of branches swaying in the wind. I chalked it up to just being in a new environment, maybe a little more isolated than I was used to. After a few hours of hiking, I found the clearing I was looking for. The lake was smaller than I expected, but it was beautiful, surrounded by rocks and trees, the water still and reflecting the sky like a mirror. There were a couple of logs near the shore where I could sit and take in the view. I set up camp nearby, pitching my tent between two large rocks to shield it from the wind. The air was cooler now, the sun dipping low behind the trees. I gathered some dry wood and started a small fire, watching the flames grow as the first stars began to appear overhead. The quiet of the place was a bit overwhelming, but in a good way. It felt like I was the only person on Earth, tucked away in this secret little corner of the world. I ate a simple dinner, some freeze-dried pasta and a protein bar. Afterward, I sat by the fire, letting the warmth soak into my skin as the darkness crept in. The lake shimmered under the fading light, and the wind had died down, leaving the night still. But the stillness didn't last long. That's when I first noticed it. A sound, soft at first like a whisper. Couldn't make it out. It was coming from deeper in the forest, just beyond the edge of the clearing. It wasn't the wind or the usual sounds of the forest. It was different, like something or someone was moving. But when I looked, there was nothing. The trees stood silent, unmoving. The air felt thick again, like it had earlier in the day. I convinced myself it was nothing. Probably an animal, maybe a deer or a bear, but nothing to be worried about. I turned my attention back to the fire and tried to push the unease aside. But the sound came again, louder this time. A rustling, followed by a faint crack of a twig snapping. It was too close. My heart picked up speed. I stood up slowly, scanning the dark forest with my flashlight. But there was nothing, just the shadows of the trees, stretching long across the ground, bending in strange angles in the dim light of the campfire. I grabbed a large stick and held it in my hand, just in case. I wasn't sure why I felt the need to arm myself. It was probably just an animal, right? But the sounds didn't feel like the usual noises animals made. They felt deliberate, like something was trying to get my attention. I stayed by the fire for a while longer, watching the shadows, waiting for the sound to return. It didn't, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. I tried to tell myself it was all in my head. The forest can play tricks on you. But as the night deepened, the silence became heavier. At some point, I went into my tent. I made sure to zip it up tight, even though I knew it wouldn't help if anything wanted to get in. The sounds from the forest continued, but they weren't as sharp as before. The wind had picked up again, moving through the trees in a low, constant murmur. I lay in the darkness, staring at the inside of the tent, listening to the wind and the occasional cracking of branches. I was exhausted, but sleep wouldn't come. Every little noise made my skin prickle. I tried to close my eyes and breathe, but each time I did, my mind would race. What if it wasn't just an animal? What if someone else was out there? I lay awake for hours, eventually drifting into a light, restless sleep. It wasn't until I woke up with a start that I realized just how much time had passed. My watch showed it was nearly 3 a.m. Something had woken me, something that didn't belong. The sounds were different now, more distinct. There were footsteps, slow, deliberate steps coming closer to my tent. My breath caught in my throat. I could hear the crunch of dry leaves, the movement of something heavy. My heart pounded in my chest. Whoever or whatever was out there, they were close. Too close. I grabbed the flashlight and aimed it at the door of the tent, my hands trembling. I wasn't sure what I expected to see, but there was nothing. The night outside was as still as ever. But then I heard a voice. Not words, but a soft murmur, like a breath too close to my ear. My skin crawled. I held my breath, trying to stay as still as possible. The footsteps stopped. Silence. Just the wind and the rustling of the trees. I don't know how long I waited in the dark, listening for any sound, but it felt like hours. The air was thick with tension. My mind raced, imagining the worst. Someone was out there, watching me, waiting for me to make a move. But why hadn't they done anything? Why didn't they attack? Eventually, the sounds faded, and the air seemed to lighten. It was as if whatever was out there had decided to leave. I didn't wait. As soon as the sound stopped, I grabbed my backpack and my flashlight and bolted out of the tent. I didn't even care about packing up the campsite. I just needed to get out of there. The trail back was dark, and the trees seemed to close in on me, but I didn't look back. It was a long, nerve-wracking hike back to my car, but when I finally reached it, I felt a wave of relief wash over me. I started the engine and left the campsite behind without a second thought. My hands were still shaking as I gripped the steering wheel, but I was out of the woods. It wasn't until I got back home that I realized how close I'd come to something I couldn't explain. There were no footprints, no sign of anyone in the area, but I knew what I'd heard, what I'd felt. I wasn't imagining it. I'll never go camping alone again. There's a lot out there in the woods, and sometimes it's best to leave things undisturbed. I've always enjoyed camping. There's something about being alone in the woods, surrounded by nothing but nature, that gives you a sense of freedom. But that night, something changed. It wasn't the usual thrill I had come to love, but more of an uneasy feeling that grew as the hours passed. I had planned this trip for weeks, just me and the woods. I chose a remote campsite, far from the usual crowded spots. I didn't want to be bothered by people, just the sounds of rustling leaves and the crackle of my campfire. I packed everything I'd need: a tent, sleeping bag, food, and a sturdy axe. The weather was perfect when I arrived. Clear skies, a slight breeze, and the scent of pine trees in the air. Setting up camp was easy. The ground was soft, the air cool. The site was nestled in a small clearing, surrounded by tall trees, the kind of place where the sunlight only hits the ground in little spots throughout the day, casting shadows that dance with the wind. Perfect for what I wanted. I felt calm, at peace, as I gathered some wood for the fire and set up my camp. By the time the sun started to dip below the horizon, I had my fire going, a warm glow flickering in the darkening woods. The heat felt good against my skin, and I relaxed, enjoying the sound of the crackling flames. I had made a simple meal of beans and sausages, not anything fancy, but it tasted perfect in the middle of nowhere. I I settled back against a tree, savoring my food, and watched the shadows stretch as night took over the forest. But as the stars began to appear, so did a strange feeling. It started small, almost like the sensation of being watched. At first, I dismissed it as just the wilderness. I was alone in the forest, after all, and I had to remind myself that wild animals are the ones keeping an eye on me, not anything supernatural. Still, the feeling lingered, gnawing at the back of my mind. I didn't let it ruin my evening. I finished my meal, cleaned up, and stoked the fire. The flames were warm, and the woods were alive with the sounds of night creatures. Owls hooted in the distance, and the occasional rustle in the underbrush told me there were animals out there, probably deer or squirrels. Nothing that would bother me, but then I heard something that didn't fit. It was a sound, footsteps, soft and slow but deliberate. I froze. My heart started to race. The footsteps weren't from an animal. I could tell the difference. Animals usually scurry. These steps were too heavy, too slow. The air felt thicker, like it was holding its breath, waiting for something. I stood up slowly, the fire crackling loudly in the silence. My hand instinctively reached for the axe I had left propped up against a nearby tree. I knew it was just paranoia. There were no people out here, no reason for anyone to be walking around in the middle of nowhere. But still, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone, or something, was out there. The footsteps stopped. A long pause. I listened hard, straining my ears in the night. It was too quiet now, too still. No animals, no breeze, nothing. Just that uncomfortable silence that pressed against me from all sides. I felt my chest tighten. Then, just as I was about to sit back down, the footsteps resumed, closer this time. There was no mistaking it. Whoever or whatever was out there was getting closer. I tried to calm myself. Could be another camper, someone lost or just wandering. I hadn't seen anyone on the trail, but maybe they had taken a different path. The footsteps came even closer. They were unmistakably human, heavy and slow, with a rhythm that didn't match the natural cadence of the forest. I tried to focus, straining to hear anything else, but the night felt suffocatingly silent, like the forest was holding its breath too. My grip tightened around the axe as I slowly circled the fire, keeping it between myself and the darkness beyond. The forest around me was thick, shadows swallowing up anything that might move. I couldn't see much beyond the reach of the firelight. I had no idea where the person was, but the noise, the sound of someone moving toward me, was undeniable. I considered my options. Should I shout, let the person know I was here? Or was that too risky? What if they weren't alone? My mind raced, and I felt a cold sweat on the back of my neck. I hadn't seen anyone all day, and now someone was in the woods with me, walking as though they knew exactly where I was. There was no way this could be a coincidence. I took a deep breath, trying to steady myself, and waited. The footsteps stopped again, just beyond the reach of the firelight. My heart pounded in my chest, and I was starting to feel nauseous from the anxiety. Every muscle in my body was tensed, ready to spring into action. But still, there was no movement. I stared into the darkness, willing myself to see anything. And then, from somewhere in the distance, I heard the unmistakable sound of a twig snapping. My breath caught in my throat, and I couldn't help but jump. My heart was now racing. The fire was my only source of light, and if whoever was out there got too close, I wouldn't have time to react. There was nowhere to run. I waited, every nerve on edge, watching the shadows. I thought I saw something move, a dark shape just outside the firelight. I blinked hard, trying to focus, but when I looked again, it was gone. The sound of the footsteps resumed, but this time it was different, more frantic, almost like the person was running. My stomach dropped. I gripped the axe harder, preparing myself for whatever was coming next. Suddenly, the The silence was broken by a loud crash, a branch snapping loudly, followed by a figure stumbling out of the woods. I swung the axe up instinctively, ready to defend myself, but what I saw made me freeze in place. It was a man, dirty and disheveled, with wild eyes. He was panting, clearly exhausted, and he looked like he had been in the woods for days. His clothes were torn, his skin scraped and bruised, and his hair was matted with dirt. But it was his eyes, wide, frantic, that sent a chill down my spine. They were not the eyes of someone who had lost their way. They were the eyes of someone who had seen something terrible. He stumbled toward me, his feet dragging, and I instinctively took a step back, raising the axe higher, just in case. "Please, help me," he gasped, his voice hoarse. His face was covered in cuts and dirt, his breath shallow, as though he had been running for his life. "They're coming. They're still out there." I didn't move, unsure of what to do. This wasn't normal. There was something seriously wrong here, but I couldn't place it. The man took another step forward, closer to the fire now, his eyes darting around. He was shaking. "Please," he repeated. "You don't understand. They don't stop." I took a deep breath, trying to calm myself. "Who?" I asked, my voice quieter than I intended. "The people," he said, his voice dropping to a whisper. "They won't let you leave." His words hit me like a cold wave. What was he talking about? I wasn't sure if I should help him or get away, but before I could say anything else, he collapsed to his knees in front of me, his eyes wide and unseeing. I didn't hesitate. I rushed to him, trying to check if he was still alive, but it was no use. He was gone. I stood there, staring down at him, my heart pounding. Something was wrong, something far beyond what I could understand. But I wasn't going to stay to figure it out. I grabbed my gear, shoved everything into my backpack, and started running. I didn't care which direction. I just needed to get out of there. I ran through the woods for hours, my body aching, my breath ragged, but I didn't stop. Every sound made me jump. Every crack of a branch seemed like something was following me. The darkness felt suffocating, the weight of it pressing down on me. Finally, after what seemed like forever, I stumbled into a clearing where I found a trail. I followed it, not caring where it led, just as long as it was away from that campsite. I didn't stop until I reached the parking lot, my legs burning, my mind racing with confusion and fear. I didn't stay in the woods after that night. Couldn't. There was something out there, something I couldn't explain. I haven't been camping since, and I doubt I ever will again. The woods are beautiful, but they hold secrets, things I don't think anyone is meant to understand. I had always enjoyed camping. The smell of the trees, the fresh air, and the sound of the wind rustling through the leaves were things I looked forward to every year. It was a tradition I shared with a few friends, and every time we set up camp, it felt like we were returning to a second home in the wilderness. This time was supposed to be no different. We drove to a remote campsite deep in the woods, far from civilization. The drive was long, with winding roads and dense trees on either side. The farther we went, the fewer signs of life there were. It was quiet, almost too quiet. When we finally pulled up to the clearing, the air was thick with the smell of pine. There wasn't a sound. Not a single bird chirped. No insects buzzed. It was as if the forest itself was holding its breath. We set up our tents by the small lake that bordered the campsite. The water was calm, reflecting the tall trees that surrounded it like silent giants. The sun was beginning to set, casting long shadows across the clearing. We made a fire, sat around it, and shared stories. The air was cool, but the fire kept us warm. Everything felt perfect. That night, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. I kept hearing sounds just beyond the reach of the firelight. At first, I thought it was just the wind, or maybe an animal moving through the brush. But as the night wore on, I began to feel uneasy, like someone or something was watching us. I went to bed that night trying to shake off the feeling, but sleep didn't come easily. Every rustle of the leaves, every snap of a twig outside the tent made me jump. I tried to ignore it, telling myself it was just the sounds of nature. But deep down, I knew it was something else. The next morning, we went on a hike through the woods. The sun was up, and the air was clearer. For a while, everything felt normal again. We climbed up a small hill to get a better view of the campsite. From the top, the entire forest spread out before us. It was beautiful, almost breathtaking. But as I gazed out over the trees, something caught my eye. It was a figure standing still in the distance, near the edge of the forest. It was too far away to make out any details, but the posture of the figure seemed wrong. It wasn't moving, not even a slight sway of the body, like someone standing unnaturally still. My heart started to race. I blinked, and the figure was gone. I told myself I was imagining things, but the feeling of unease had returned. We made our way back to camp, but I couldn't shake the image of that figure from my mind. That night, the strange noises outside our tents became more frequent, more persistent. I couldn't sleep, and every time I closed my eyes, I felt that same oppressive presence, like I wasn't alone. My friends didn't seem to notice. They were all asleep, oblivious to whatever it was that was keeping me awake. The next day, we decided to pack up early and head home. Something about the place had started to feel wrong, like we were being pushed out. As we packed up our tents, I noticed something strange. There were marks on the trees near our campsite, scratches that were too deep to be from a normal animal. They looked almost like claw marks, and they were fresh. My stomach twisted in knots. It didn't make sense. The closest predator in this area was a bear, but these marks were too high on the trees. Bears don't climb that high. I tried to stay calm, but the more I looked around, the more uneasy I became. There were more marks, scattered all around the clearing, and in some places, the ground was disturbed as if something heavy had been dragging itself through the underbrush. That's when I realized something. There were no animal tracks, just those marks. We left the campsite as quickly as we could, and as we drove back through the woods, I couldn't help but look in the rearview mirror. The forest seemed to close in around us, like it was following us, watching us. Every corner of the road, every shadow in the trees, made my heart pound harder. I didn't feel safe until we reached the main road, the highway, where the trees finally began to thin out. But even after we left, I couldn't shake the feeling that something had followed us. That night, back at home, I kept hearing scratching sounds on the walls of my house, faint at first, like nails dragging against the surface. I told myself it was just the wind, but deep down, I knew it wasn't. I knew something had come with us from the forest. A few days later, I went to the local ranger station, hoping to find answers. When I described the strange marks on the trees and the feeling of being watched, the ranger just looked at me with a kind of knowing expression. He didn't say much, but he gave me a warning. Some places in these woods are not meant to be disturbed. Since then, I haven't been able to forget that feeling. The strange marks on the trees, or the unnerving stillness of the figure in the distance. I don't know what was in those woods, or if it followed me home, but I'm never going back there. I'm not sure if the forest has a way of reaching out to people, but I'm certain of one thing. Some places, no matter how beautiful they seem, should be left alone. And now, every time I hear a scratching sound in the middle of the night, I can't help but wonder if I'm just hearing things, or if the woods are still trying to reach me. It was a late autumn weekend when I decided to head out into the woods for a solo camping trip. The air was crisp, the leaves had just started to turn, and the forest seemed like the perfect place to escape the noise of daily life. I had been looking forward to this trip for weeks. No phone service, no distractions, just me and the forest. I had done solo trips before, but something about this one felt different. It wasn't a feeling of unease exactly, just a sense that maybe I should have been a little more cautious. The morning I left was bright and chilly, the kind of weather that made you feel alive. I packed my car with the usual camping gear, tent, sleeping bag, food, a good old-fashioned compass, and a map of the area. I wasn't relying on technology for this one. I wanted to do it the old way, just like the stories I'd read as a kid. After a couple of hours of driving, I reached the trailhead. It was quiet, too quiet, in fact, the kind of quiet that made you realize how far removed from civilization you were. The kind of quiet that settled into your bones and made you listen more intently to every rustling leaf and bird call. I was used to the outdoors, but I had this nagging feeling in the back of my mind, as though something wasn't quite right. I brushed it off, chalking it up to nerves. I started my hike along the trail, the dry leaves crunching beneath my boots. It was an easy hike, nothing too challenging, but as the hours went by, I started to notice that the trail seemed more isolated than usual. It wasn't like I was seeing people around, but that was nothing new. I'd been to this spot a few times, and it wasn't a heavily trafficked area. But today, the air seemed heavier, almost as if the forest was pressing in on me. As I walked deeper into the woods, I noticed something odd. The trees seemed taller, their shadows longer, even though the sun was still high in the sky. The further I went, the less I could hear anything except for the occasional bird or rustling in the underbrush. It wasn't exactly unsettling, but it was starting to get a bit strange. I reached a small clearing by mid-afternoon. It was perfect, just a flat spot for my tent and a decent view of the surrounding trees. I set up camp, building a small fire to keep me warm as the day slowly turned to dusk. The fire crackled and popped, its warmth spreading across the campsite, and for a while, I was content. I ate a simple dinner of trail mix and some beef jerky, not feeling like cooking anything complicated. It was the kind of peaceful evening I had come to enjoy, but as the night drew closer, the quiet started to feel different. The wind picked up, making the branches sway and creak. The fire flickered, casting strange shadows on the trees around me. And that's when I first heard it, the sound of footsteps in the distance. Slow, deliberate steps. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. I was alone out here, or at least I thought I was. There was no one around, not a soul for miles. The footsteps continued, getting closer. My first thought was that it was another camper, but then I remembered I hadn't passed anyone on the trail. The footsteps didn't sound like someone walking on the path either. They were heavier, dragging, as if something was moving through the underbrush. I stood up slowly, trying to listen. The footsteps stopped. A long silence followed, and I waited, my heart thudding in my chest. I don't know what made me look, but I glanced around, scanning the darkness beyond the glow of the fire. I didn't see anything, but I felt watched. The hair on the back of my neck stood up. I told myself it was just the forest, playing tricks on me. It wasn't uncommon for animals to move around at night, especially in the fall when they were more active. But something felt off. The footsteps started again, closer this time. I quickly grabbed a flashlight from my pack, shining it toward the noise. Nothing. The forest was still. I waited a few more minutes, then decided to go check it out. The last thing I wanted was to get freaked out by something that wasn't real, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. I stepped cautiously toward the source of the noise, the flashlight beam cutting through the dark. The ground was uneven, and I had to be careful not to trip over roots or rocks. As I moved deeper into the woods, the sound stopped once again, and the air seemed to thicken. My breath came out in visible puffs as I moved forward, my mind racing. Was it a bear, person, or something else entirely? I reached a large boulder, partially hidden by thick brush, and stopped to catch my breath. I couldn't see anything, just shadows and the faint rustling of leaves. But then I saw it, a flicker of movement in the trees. My pulse shot up and I gripped the flashlight harder. There, standing just beyond the edge of the light's reach, was a figure. A tall, thin shape, almost like a person, but not quite. It was impossible to make out any features, just the outline of a form that didn't seem right. I felt a chill run down my spine. For a long moment, neither of us moved. I wasn't sure if the figure saw me, or if it even knew I was there. It didn't take a step toward me, nor did it make any noise. It just stood there, watching. I felt my breath catch in my throat. The air was cold, the kind of cold that made the hairs on your arms stand up. I didn't dare move. I don't know why, but I couldn't tear my eyes away from the figure. And then, as if on cue, it disappeared into the trees, vanishing in an instant. I don't know how long I stood there, frozen in place, trying to process what I'd just seen. My mind raced with possibilities. Maybe it was another hiker, someone just as lost as I felt, or maybe it was a figment of my imagination. But the air felt too thick, too charged with tension for it to be my mind playing tricks. Slowly, I backed away, returning to my campsite. My fire had burned down to embers, and the night had grown even colder. I didn't sleep much that night. Every crackling branch, every rustling leaf sent my heart racing. I kept my flashlight close, my eyes darting from shadow to shadow, waiting for something, anything, to happen. But nothing did. The night passed uneventfully, and when dawn finally broke, I was more than ready to pack up and leave. I broke camp early the next morning, my mind still reeling from the events of the night before. I didn't want to stick around any longer than necessary. The woods were quiet again, but the silence was different. It wasn't peaceful anymore. It felt oppressive, like the forest itself was holding its breath, waiting for something else to happen. As I made my way back to the trailhead, I kept looking over my shoulder, half expecting the figure to reappear, but it never did. By the time I reached my car, I felt like a weight had been lifted from my shoulders. The air was lighter, and the sun was shining bright in the sky, but something had changed. I didn't know what it was, but I would never look at the woods the same way again. Looking back, I can't explain what happened that night. Maybe it was my mind playing tricks, or maybe I really wasn't alone out there. I'll never know for sure, but I can tell you this. Sometimes the woods don't feel like a place of peace. Sometimes they feel like a place where something else is watching, waiting. And if you're ever out there, alone in the dark, just remember, not everything in the woods is what it seems. And sometimes you'll never get the answers you're looking for. But I did make it out, and that at least is something. It had been a long week at work, and the stress was starting to get to me. I needed to get away, just for a couple of days, to clear my head and disconnect. After some thought, I decided on a solo camping trip in the woods. The weather was nice, and I'd been wanting to go for a while, but life always seemed to get in the way. Now it was finally happening. I packed my gear carefully: tent, sleeping bag, flashlight, extra clothes, and of course, food and water. I didn't want to overcomplicate things, just a simple weekend trip to reset. The campsite I had in mind was deep in the forest, about a 3-hour hike from the nearest road. I'd been there before many years ago, and it was quiet and peaceful, perfect for a bit of solitude. The drive was uneventful. The winding mountain roads led me higher and higher, the landscape becoming more and more rugged the farther I went. Eventually, I reached the trailhead, parked my car, and began the hike into the woods. The air was cool, crisp, and smelled fresh, like pine and earth. The only sound was the crunch of gravel beneath my boots and the occasional rustle of leaves in the breeze. I wasn't in a rush, so I took my time. The trail was well marked and easy to follow, but the further I went, the more isolated everything felt. There was a strange silence in the air, almost like the woods were holding their breath, waiting for something. I couldn't put my finger on it, but I dismissed it as just my imagination. I'd been out in the wilderness plenty of times, and I knew there was nothing to be afraid of. After about 2 hours of hiking, I reached the clearing where the campsite was. It was just as I remembered, an open area surrounded by tall trees, with a small stream running nearby. There was a fire ring already set up, with a few scattered stones around it. Perfect. I decided to set up camp by the stream, its soft babbling noise already beginning to soothe my nerves. I unpacked my gear and set up the tent, making sure everything was in place. The sun was starting to dip below the horizon, casting long shadows across the clearing. It was getting colder, so I decided to start a fire to keep warm. I gathered some dry wood from the nearby trees and, with a bit of effort, got the fire going. The crackling of the fire and the distant calls of birds were the only sounds now. I sat back, enjoying the warmth as the night began to settle in. I wasn't in any rush. I had a book with me, but honestly, I felt too relaxed to read. Instead, I just stared into the flames, letting my thoughts wander. As the evening wore on, the forest around me seemed to grow quieter. The usual sounds of wildlife faded away, and it felt as though the air itself was holding a strange stillness. I figured it was just the isolation, the way the forest could sometimes feel unnervingly quiet at night. Still, it felt off. I shook off the feeling and poked the fire a little more, adding some fresh wood to keep it going. The warmth from the flames felt comforting. I had a good meal, a simple one, some freeze-dried soup and a sandwich, before settling down by the fire with a hot drink. The night was peaceful, or at least it should have been. By the time the fire had burned down to embers, it was well past dark. The stars were out, bright in the clear sky, and the moon was a sharp sliver above the treetops. I decided it was time to go to bed. I crawled into my tent, unrolled my sleeping bag, and tried to get comfortable. But sleep didn't come easy. There was something wrong, a feeling I couldn't shake, like someone or something was watching me. I kept hearing small noises outside the tent, twigs snapping, leaves rustling, but whenever I tried to focus on the sounds, they would stop. I told myself it was just the wind, or maybe some small animals moving through the underbrush. Still, my mind kept racing, and I couldn't settle. I tried to ignore it, to just close my eyes and sleep, but the feeling lingered. I lay there for what felt like hours, staring at the fabric of the tent, listening to every creak and crack of the forest around me. At some point, I must have dozed off because the next thing I knew, I was wide awake again. It was much colder now, and the fire outside had long since gone out. The wind had picked up, rustling the trees with an eerie howl. I pulled the sleeping bag tighter around me, trying to block out the chill. But there it was again, the feeling of being watched. It was stronger now, almost suffocating. I lay still, trying to control my breathing, but every part of me screamed to get up and check what was going on outside. Finally, I couldn't take it anymore. I grabbed my flashlight, unzipped the tent, and stepped out into the cold night air. My breath came out in a white puff, and I could hear my heartbeat pounding in my ears. I shone the flashlight around, scanning the trees and the clearing, but saw nothing. The forest was still too still. I stood there for a moment, just taking it all in. The forest seemed endless, the trees stretching far in every direction. But then my eyes caught something, just at the edge of the clearing, near the tree line. A figure standing motionless in the shadows. I froze, my breath catching in my throat. It was human-shaped, tall and still, but I couldn't make out any details. My first thought was that it was another camper, maybe someone lost or coming through the area. But something about it felt wrong. It didn't move, didn't make a sound. It was just standing there, like it was waiting for something. I called out, but the words felt useless, hollow. The figure didn't respond. I felt a cold wave of fear wash over me, but I didn't run. Instead, I slowly backed into the tent, never taking my eyes off the figure. The moment I zipped the door shut, I heard something, a low rustling, like footsteps in the dry leaves. I didn't move, couldn't. My heart was racing, and my mind was spinning with thoughts. Was it a person? A hunter? Maybe? Or just an animal? I didn't know, but all I could do was wait, listening to the sound of the wind and the occasional snap of branches in the distance. The rest of the night passed in an uneasy haze. I kept the flashlight on, shining it toward the entrance of the tent, but I didn't dare go outside again. I couldn't explain what had happened, but I knew something wasn't right. I just wanted the night to end. When morning finally came, I didn't waste any time. I packed up my camp as quickly as I could, barely taking the time to enjoy a hot breakfast. There was a heaviness in the air, like the entire forest was holding its breath, waiting. I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. Every sound, every movement in the trees felt amplified. By the time I was ready to leave, I had almost forgotten about the figure. Almost. But the image of it standing there in the dark, motionless and silent, haunted me. I didn't take the usual trail back. Instead, I packed up and started hiking out of the woods, trying to stay calm and focused. As I made my way back to the trailhead, the sun finally broke through the trees, casting light on the path in front of me. I kept looking over my shoulder, half expecting to see that figure again, but I never did. It was as though the forest had swallowed it up. When I finally reached my car, I didn't stop to look back. I just got in, started the engine, and drove away. The feeling of being watched didn't leave me, though even as I headed down the mountain, stayed with me, gnawing at my thoughts. It wasn't until I reached home, safe and sound, that I felt the tension start to ease. Looking back, I'm not sure what I saw that night, but I do know this. I won't be going back to that campsite or any other like it anytime soon. Whatever I encountered in those woods was real, and it made me realize just how vulnerable we can be when we're alone in nature. The next time I go camping, I'll be more prepared, more aware, because the woods are quiet, yes, but they're not always as empty as they seem. I've always been an outdoor person. Growing up, I spent weekends with friends hiking, camping, or just exploring the woods around my town. It was something I loved, the quiet of the forest, the fresh air, and the simplicity of being away from everything. But one particular camping trip would change how I viewed the wilderness forever. It was late October when I decided to go on a solo camping trip. I wanted to disconnect, get away from the noise of life for a few days, and enjoy the calm. I picked a remote spot deep in the forest, miles away from any road or trail. No one else would be there, and that was exactly what I wanted. I packed my tent, sleeping bag, some food, and other supplies and headed out. I had been hiking for hours, and the further I went, the quieter it became. The trees thickened, and the air started to feel colder, the kind of cold that makes the hairs on your neck stand up. I told myself it was just the weather changing, but even in the daylight, the forest felt different. I shook off the feeling and pressed on. Finally, I arrived at a small clearing by a stream. It was perfect for camping. There was plenty of flat ground for the tent, and the sound of the water was calming. I set up camp, unpacked my gear, and started a small fire to keep warm as the sun began to set. As the fire crackled, I sat back, staring into the flames, enjoying the peace. As darkness fell, I noticed how the forest seemed to come alive. It wasn't the normal sounds I was used to hearing, the rustling of leaves, the calls of birds. There was an eerie stillness in the air, as if the woods were holding their breath. I couldn't help but feel a strange tension, but I convinced myself it was nothing. After all, I was just imagining things. I spent the next few hours tending to the fire, eating some of the food I had brought, and watching the stars. It was peaceful, but the silence felt heavy, like something was waiting just outside the reach of the firelight. When it got late, I crawled into my tent, zipped it up tight, and settled into my sleeping bag. The darkness outside felt thick, almost oppressive, but I tried to push the thought from my mind. I woke up in the middle of the night to the sound of something moving outside my tent. It was faint, like a twig snapping, followed by soft rustling. My heart raced. I tried to tell myself it was just an animal, maybe a deer or something else wandering through the woods. But the more I listened, the more it didn't sound like an animal. The rustling was too deliberate, too calculated. It was almost like someone or something was circling my camp. I lay still, barely breathing, straining to hear. The noise continued, getting closer, then moving away, only to return again. My mind raced with possibilities. Was someone else out here? Had I unknowingly camped near a hunter or another camper? But something about the way the sounds came and went unsettled me. I grabbed my flashlight and quietly unzipped the tent. I peeked out, scanning the area. The fire was just embers now, casting long, twisted shadows across the clearing. But there was no sign of anyone, no movement. I told myself I was just being paranoid, that it was probably an animal. Still, I felt uneasy, so I decided to stay up for a while longer, keeping my eyes on the edge of the trees. The next few hours passed without incident. The night grew colder, and the wind picked up, making the branches creak and groan. I eventually managed to fall back to sleep, but it was a restless sleep, filled with strange dreams of being watched. I woke up to the sound of something tapping on my tent. It was faint, rhythmic, like a knock. I froze. My first thought was that it could be an animal again, maybe a raccoon or some other small creature. But the sound was too deliberate. The tapping didn't stop, continued slowly at first, then with more urgency. I could feel the hairs on the back of my neck stand up as the tap, tap, tap echoed through the silence of the night. I couldn't take it anymore. I grabbed my flashlight, shoved it in my pocket, and crawled out of the tent. The cold hit me instantly, making me shiver. I stood still for a moment, scanning the dark clearing. Nothing seemed out of place, but the tapping had stopped, and there was a stillness in the air again. My breath fogged in the air as I stood there, trying to make sense of what had just happened. I walked around the perimeter of the camp, shining my flashlight over the ground. There were no tracks, no signs of anything unusual. No broken branches, no footprints in the dirt. I checked the fire pit, then the bushes around the edge of the clearing. Nothing. I was starting to feel a little ridiculous. Maybe it was just the wind, I thought. Maybe I had imagined the tapping. But then I heard it again. This time it wasn't a tap. It was a soft scrape, like something was dragging across the ground. It was coming from the far side of the clearing, near the tree line. My heart pounded as I turned in that direction. I shone the flashlight at the spot, but the beam barely reached through the dark, thick trees. The scraping sound continued, faint but unmistakable. I stood there, frozen in place, listening to the sound grow louder. It was coming closer. I wanted to run, but my legs felt like they were glued to the ground. I was terrified. I had no idea what it was, but I knew one thing for sure: it wasn't normal. I decided to make my way back to the tent, grabbing my backpack and the essentials. My thoughts raced. Should I stay and try to figure out what was going on? Or should I leave? The scraping was getting closer, now accompanied by soft shuffling noises. I couldn't stay here anymore. My gut told me something wasn't right. I quickly packed up my things, stuffing them haphazardly into my bag, and zipped up the tent. I was about to grab the flashlight to leave when I heard the scraping sound again. It was so close now that I could feel it, like the ground was vibrating under my feet. Then I saw it. A shadow moved in the corner of my eye, just outside the light of the campfire. It was a figure, tall, thin, and unsteady. It shuffled slowly, dragging one foot across the ground. It was moving toward the camp. My heart slammed into my chest as I realized that whatever this was, it was not human. I didn't hesitate. I grabbed my bag, threw it over my shoulder, and sprinted toward the forest, away from the camp. The flashlight bobbed wildly in my hand as I ran, pushing through the thick brush, my breath coming in short gasps. I had no idea where I was going. I didn't care. I just needed to get away. The sounds behind me continued. The scraping, the shuffling, the low groaning. It was as if whatever it was following me, getting closer with every step. I tried to push myself harder, but the darkness seemed to close in, and the more I ran, the more disoriented I became. The trees around me blurred together, and I had no sense of direction. I had no idea where the trail was, where the road was, or even where I had been going. I ran for what felt like hours. My legs burned, my lungs screamed for air, but I kept moving. Eventually, the sounds behind me faded, and I dared to slow down. I collapsed against a tree, breathing heavily, trying to make sense of what had just happened. I waited there for a while, listening to the night around me. The forest had returned to its usual quiet, and the strange sounds were gone. I didn't feel safe yet, but I knew I couldn't stay out here all night. I had to get to safety. I finally made my way back to the road, where I'd parked my car. It was still dark, but I didn't care. I just wanted to get out of there. I threw my bag into the back seat, slammed the door, and started the engine. As I drove away, I looked back at the dark silhouette of the forest, wondering what I had just experienced. Was it a person? An animal? Something else? I didn't know, and I didn't care to find out. All I knew was that I would never camp alone again. I've always loved camping. There's something about being in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by nothing but trees, the smell of the earth, and the sounds of wildlife that brings peace. My favorite spot was deep in the forest near the edge of a national park, a place most people didn't bother with. I'd been there many times before, alone, and had always felt safe. I knew the trails like the back of my hand, the best places to set up camp, and how to survive with just what I had in my backpack. That weekend, though, something felt different. It started when I was setting up my tent. I had just reached the campsite after a long hike. Longer than I'd planned, actually. The trail had seemed to stretch on forever. Normally, it would have taken me only a few hours to get to the spot, but for some reason, I had found myself walking for almost 7 hours, barely stopping. When I finally reached the clearing, the sun was setting, the shadows from the trees stretching out longer than usual. I didn't think much of it. It wasn't uncommon for me to get lost in thought while hiking. I began putting up my tent as dusk turned to night. The familiar process of setting up my campsite calmed me. The small campfire crackled to life as I stacked the wood, watching the smoke curl upward, disappearing into the thick forest above. The moon was full, casting pale light across the landscape. The quiet was almost overwhelming, the only sounds being the crackling of the fire and the occasional rustling of leaves. As I settled in, the forest felt unnervingly still. Not a single animal called out. No wind stirred the leaves, just silence. I found myself listening harder, straining for any sound. But nothing came. I shrugged it off, figuring it was just one of those quiet nights in the woods, and curled up in my sleeping bag. It wasn't until late into the night that things started to feel off. I woke up suddenly. The fire had burned low, the light of the embers flickering weakly. I had no reason to be awake, but something in the air felt wrong. I sat up, rubbing my eyes, and looked around. The darkness of the woods seemed thicker than usual, almost like it was pressing in on me. The trees, normally towering and protective, now seemed oppressive. I felt small, vulnerable, even though I had done this 100 times before. I tried to shake it off. I was just tired, probably, but there was a gnawing feeling at the back of my mind that wouldn't go away. It felt like someone was watching me. My eyes scanned the edges of the camp, flicking from shadow to shadow. I told myself it was just the darkness playing tricks on me. But then I heard it, a soft noise, like footsteps, not close but not far either. I froze, heart pounding in my chest. The sound was faint, but it was definitely there. Slow, deliberate steps, footsteps of something big, but moving carefully, trying not to make noise. I grabbed my flashlight, but I didn't turn it on right away. Instead, I listened. The footsteps seemed to circle my camp. Just outside the edge of my vision, I thought I saw something moving in the dark. Just a shadow, but it wasn't the shape of any animal I knew. Too tall, too upright. I turned the flashlight on, shining it out toward the sound. There was nothing there. No animal, no person, no explanation. I waited for a moment, heart still racing, but the woods were silent again. My mind raced. Maybe it was an animal. Bears sometimes roamed these woods, but they usually kept their distance. The quiet had returned, but the unease remained, crawling up my spine. I eventually convinced myself to go back to sleep, but sleep didn't come easily. Every time I closed my eyes, I could hear the faintest rustle or the crackle of a branch. The noise would stop whenever I focused on it, but always start again once I let my guard down. I woke up several times through the night, each time feeling more restless. By morning, I was exhausted but convinced it was just a product of too much solitude. Maybe I'd been hearing the wind or an animal in the distance. Or maybe it was just my imagination playing tricks on me. I decided to break camp early. I packed up my things quickly, almost rushing through the motions. The sooner I was out of that place, the better. My stomach churned at the thought of staying another night, but I also knew that I had to finish the hike I'd started the day before. The return trip wasn't going to be easy, but it had to be done. As I made my way back down the trail, I felt a sense of relief. The light of day, while not particularly bright, felt better than the oppressive dark of the forest at night. The familiar landmarks of the trail reassured me, and I walked faster, eager to reach the edge of the park where the trail would end. But then something strange happened. The trail seemed to change. The trees looked different, more spaced out. The path was narrower, and there was an odd quiet. Not the kind of quiet that happens in the wilderness, but something that made the air feel heavy, suffocating. I stopped, looking around. This wasn't the trail I had walked on yesterday. It didn't make sense. I knew this forest like the back of my hand, but nothing looked familiar. I pulled out my map. I was still on the right trail according to the map, but when I checked my compass, it was spinning wildly. That was strange. The compass had always worked perfectly in the past. I tried again, but it kept moving, as if the forest itself was messing with me. I felt a wave of panic rise up in my chest, but I pushed it down. I kept walking. Hours passed, and the trail seemed to grow even stranger. It twisted in ways that didn't make sense. I was walking in circles, or at least it felt like I was. The sun, once bright, was now hidden behind thick clouds, and the air had grown cooler. I could see my breath in the air. My anxiety grew with each step. Then something changed. I found myself standing at the edge of a cliff, looking down at a river far below. This wasn't right. I'd never seen this cliff before, and there wasn't supposed to be a river this close to the trail. I turned around, trying to retrace my steps, but all I saw was more forest. the same endless trees and shadowed paths. The feeling of being lost began to sink in, deep and terrifying. I checked my map again. I should have been farther along by now. I should have been back by sunset. But instead, I was hopelessly lost. Night was coming quickly. I needed to find shelter. I pushed through the panic and focused on survival just like I had done in the past. I set up a makeshift camp near the edge of the cliff, wrapping myself in my sleeping bag and making a small fire. But sleep didn't come easily. The sounds of the forest at night seemed different now. The rustling in the trees sounded more like whispers than animals. The wind shifted in strange ways, carrying with it the faintest scent of something I couldn't place. Something foul. The fire crackled, and I stared into the flames, trying to keep my mind off the growing dread. But then, from the shadows beyond the firelight, I saw it. A figure, tall, moving slowly, deliberately. I froze, my heart slamming against my chest. My mind raced. Was it a person? A hunter? I had to know. I grabbed my flashlight and shined it in the direction of the figure. But there was nothing there. The shadows were empty. I sat there for a long time, the only sound the crackling of the fire and the occasional sound of the wind. Finally, as my eyes grew heavy, I fell into an uneasy sleep. When I woke, it was morning. The sun was out, shining weakly through the clouds. I stood up, stretching stiffly, and looked around. The forest seemed quieter than before, but there was something new in the air, relief. A sense that whatever had been wrong had passed. I followed the trail back, now more sure of my steps. It took a while, but eventually, I reached the park's edge and saw the parking lot. I wasn't sure how I had gotten so lost, but the experience had shaken me more than I realized. I left the park behind, grateful to be out of the forest and back to civilization. That night, when I went to bed, I didn't think about the strange figure or the eerie silence that had filled the forest. But I couldn't forget the feeling, the deep sense of something watching me. Something that didn't belong in the woods. I don't know what happened out there, or why the forest had turned against me. Maybe it was just my mind playing tricks. But I've never gone back to that spot. The forest might not have been haunted by ghosts, but it sure had something strange hidden within its depths. It was supposed to be the perfect weekend, a chance to escape the hustle and bustle, get away from everything and just be out in the open, away from the distractions of daily life. I had planned this camping trip for weeks. It was a solo trip, just me, my tent, and nature. I had been preparing for this for so long, researching the best spot, getting the right equipment, and making sure everything was in order. I had never been to this particular part of the woods before, but the reviews were glowing, the landscape stunning, and I figured it would be the ideal escape. The idea of being alone with nothing but the forest and the sounds of the wind in the trees was exhilarating. I drove up to the trailhead early in the morning. The air was cool, crisp, and fresh, with the scent of pine and earth. The sky was clear, the sun just rising, casting a golden hue over the landscape. I was ready. After double-checking that I had everything I needed, tent, food, sleeping bag, flashlight, and some water, I began my hike. The trail was narrow, winding through tall trees, and the sounds of wildlife were everywhere, from the rustle of squirrels in the underbrush to the occasional bird call overhead. It was quiet in a way that was peaceful, yet somehow eerie. A stillness that felt like it had been there forever. But I wasn't scared. I was excited. The further I went into the woods, the less the world seemed to matter. There was something peaceful about the isolation. The deeper I got, the more removed I felt from civilization. Eventually, the trail began to fade, and I found a small clearing, just big enough for my tent. It was perfect. I set up camp, a little thrill running through me as I unpacked my gear. I wasn't entirely new to camping, but it had been a while since I had done a solo trip. The tent went up easily, and the fire pit was already prepared, just waiting for me to light it. As the afternoon rolled on, I made myself a simple meal, just some beans and rice, but it felt like a feast after a day of hiking. The sun was setting, and the fire crackled in front of me. I watched the flames dance, my mind drifting into thought. It wasn't until the sky darkened that I realized just how alone I was. The woods were quiet now, save for the occasional rustle in the distance. The wind whispered through the trees, but there were no other campers, no signs of anyone else. As night settled in, I got into my sleeping bag, listening to the soft sounds of nature around me. My eyes closed, and the darkness seemed to wrap itself around me, but something felt off. A strange feeling crept over me, something that I couldn't quite explain. It wasn't fear, not exactly, but more like an instinctive unease, a nagging feeling in the pit of my stomach. I shook it off. I was fine. I had planned for this. It was just me and the woods were safe. But as the hours passed, I couldn't sleep. The sounds outside my tent seemed louder now, and every rustle made me tense up. I told myself it was probably just an animal, maybe a deer or a raccoon, but the sound didn't stop. It was almost rhythmic, like something was moving around the camp, circling, checking. My heart started to race, and I sat up, my breath shallow. I grabbed my flashlight, shining it through the tent, but the beam only cut through the blackness for a few feet before fading into nothing. The night felt endless. Then, a loud crash echoed from the trees, followed by the unmistakable sound of something heavy moving. It was close, too close. My mind raced through every possible explanation. Maybe it was a bear, or maybe another hiker had gotten lost and was stumbling through the woods. My grip on the flashlight tightened, my hands shaking. I couldn't make myself go out there. The feeling of being watched was overwhelming. Minutes passed, maybe longer. I tried to convince myself it was just the wind, or perhaps some large animal out there, but my gut told me otherwise. I could feel something, just beyond the reach of the light, moving closer. The rustling was louder now, almost too deliberate. It wasn't like an animal just passing through. It felt like something else. Then, without warning, there was a sharp crack, like something breaking, right outside my tent. I froze, every muscle in my body tensed. My heart was pounding in my ears, and I couldn't move. I wanted to call out, but my voice felt trapped in my throat. Every instinct screamed at me to run, to get out of the tent and make a break for it, but I couldn't. The fear that had gripped me was too intense. The next few minutes felt like hours. The rustling stopped. Then, just as suddenly as it had started, the entire forest seemed to go silent. Not a single sound, not even the wind. I waited, listening. I was too terrified to move, too terrified to even breathe. And then I heard it, a soft thud, like something heavy dropping to the ground. I held my breath. The silence dragged on. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity, I gathered enough courage to unzip the tent flap just a little, enough to peer out. My flashlight illuminated only the edge of the clearing, and I could see nothing. The fire had long since burned out, leaving only smoldering embers. The forest seemed undisturbed, as though nothing had happened. I felt stupid, standing there with my heart still pounding. Maybe I had imagined it all. Maybe it was just a bear or a boar. I couldn't explain the unease, but I knew I had to stay calm. I zipped the tent back up and lay down again, my mind racing. I could hear the occasional bird call, and for a moment, I convinced myself everything was fine. It was just my imagination running wild. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was still out there, waiting. It wasn't until the early hours of the morning that I finally fell into a restless sleep. When I woke up the next day, the sun was already up, casting its golden light across the campsite. The woods looked peaceful again, as if nothing had happened the night before. I made myself some coffee and tried to shake off the weird feeling, but my nerves were still on edge. I packed up my tent quickly, eager to leave the clearing. The trail I had hiked in on was quiet, but there was something different about the woods now. They didn't feel as welcoming as they had the day before. As I hiked back to my car, I kept checking over my shoulder, half expecting to see someone or something lurking in the trees. But there was nothing, just the empty woods, stretching out in every direction. By the time I reached my car, I was exhausted. My legs ached, my mind was foggy, and all I wanted was to drive away from that place. The further I got from the campsite, the lighter I felt, the weight of whatever had happened lifting off my shoulders. I didn't look back. I don't know what I experienced that night. I don't know if it was my imagination or if something or someone was really out there. What I do know is that when I got home, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone out there. Even now, I can't help but wonder who or what was watching me in the woods. I never went back to that campsite, and I doubt I ever will. Some parts of the world are best left unexplored. I had always enjoyed the solitude of camping, the quiet, the air, the peacefulness. It was something I couldn't get enough of. So when I decided to go camping alone for a weekend, I didn't think twice. I had been hiking for years, and the thought of spending a couple of nights out in the wild didn't scare me at all. I was used to the woods, the animals, and the general unpredictability of nature. The plan was simple. Head to a secluded area in the mountains that I had never explored before, set up camp by a creek, and enjoy the fresh air. No one would be around for miles, which was exactly how I liked it. Just me and the wilderness. The drive up was long but scenic, with the road winding through thick trees and small streams that ran alongside. As I neared the trailhead, I noticed that there were no other cars in the parking lot. It was just me, which was perfect. I grabbed my gear, locked up my car, and started my hike. The path was narrow, the dirt soft under my boots, and the only sounds were the rustling of the trees and the occasional call of a bird. It took about 3 hours to reach my campsite, a small clearing next to a creek that ran quietly through the area. I set up my tent quickly, collected firewood, and started a small campfire. The smoke rose lazily into the air, blending with the scent of pine and earth. I was alone, and I couldn't have been happier. As the sun started to dip below the horizon, I made myself a simple meal, enjoying the quiet around me. The sky was clear, and stars began to appear in the darkening sky. I sat back against a rock, staring at the fire, listening to the crackling sound of burning wood. That's when I noticed something unusual. The sound of the forest had changed. At first, I thought it was just my imagination, but then I realized it was true. The usual rustling of leaves, the distant calls of birds, even the hum of insects, all of it had stopped. It was unnervingly quiet. The only sound that remained was the crackling of the fire. I felt my stomach tighten, but I told myself it was nothing, just my mind playing tricks. I shrugged it off and decided to get some rest. The night was cool but comfortable, and I crawled into my sleeping bag inside the tent. The wind began to pick up, rustling the trees just outside my tent, and I closed my eyes, hoping to drift off to sleep. I don't know how long I had been asleep when I woke up, but something wasn't right. I could hear something soft but persistent. It was a faint sound, like footsteps crunching on the underbrush. Slowly, I sat up, my heart racing. The noise stopped as soon as I moved. I held my breath, listening. Nothing. I exhaled slowly, trying to convince myself it was just an animal. Maybe a deer or a bear wandering through the area. But deep down, I knew that wasn't it. The sound had been too deliberate, too controlled. It was like someone was trying to be quiet, but wasn't doing a very good job. I lay back down, pulling the sleeping bag tightly around me, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone anymore. The thought that someone or something was out there, just beyond the reach of the firelight, made my skin crawl. For hours, I lay awake, listening to every crack and snap of the branches outside, my mind racing with possibilities. Was it a person? A bear? A wolf? The night dragged on, but I didn't dare leave the safety of my tent. The next morning, I woke up exhausted. I hadn't slept much, but the sun was out, and the forest seemed peaceful again. The birds were singing, and the air had that fresh, crisp quality that comes after a cool night. I decided to pack up and move to another location, just to be sure. But when I stepped outside the tent, I noticed something strange. The ground near my campfire had been disturbed. The logs I had stacked for firewood were scattered about, and there were strange footprints, human footprints, leading off into the woods. I froze. They were big, heavy prints, and they were fresh. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up as I realized that someone had been nearby, someone who had been watching me. But why? I didn't know what to do. My first instinct was to leave immediately, but something told me that wasn't the right move either. I couldn't just pack up and run, especially with the trail of footprints leading deeper into the woods. No, I had to figure out what was going on. I wasn't about to let fear control me, so I decided to follow the tracks. I grabbed my backpack, filled it with supplies, and headed off in the direction the footprints led. The forest was thick, and the trail wasn't easy to follow, but I kept at it. The further I went, the more unsettled I became. The trees felt taller, the shadows deeper. The silence that had returned the night before now felt more oppressive, like something was lurking just out of sight. After about an hour, I reached a small ridge. I crouched down, scanning the area below. That's when I saw it, just for a split second, a figure moving between the trees. It was tall, hunched over, and fast. The figure disappeared into the underbrush before I could make out any more details. I should have turned back then. I knew I should have, but something pushed me forward, a mixture of curiosity and the desire to understand what was happening. Maybe it was foolish, but I couldn't help myself. I followed the ridge down, staying as quiet as possible. The figure was still ahead of me, but I could no longer hear it moving. I slowed my pace, trying not to make a sound. Then I heard it, a rustling from the bushes to my left. I froze, heart pounding. Slowly, I turned my head, and there it was, a man. Or at least he looked like a man, but something was off. His clothes were ragged, his hair matted, and his eyes were wild. He was staring directly at me. I didn't know what to do. I was paralyzed with fear. For a moment, neither of us moved. I thought about running, but my legs wouldn't respond. The man, if he even was a man, stayed where he was, staring at me. The silence between us was deafening. Finally, he broke the tension by moving away from the bushes, walking slowly toward me. I took a step back, unsure of what to expect. But then he spoke, not in words, but in a deep, guttural growl. It wasn't a sound I recognized, not something any human should be capable of. It hit me then. I wasn't dealing with a person. This wasn't a lost hiker or a traveler. This was something else. Something dangerous that I bolted, my feet finally responding to the fear coursing through me. I ran as fast as I could, my lungs burning, my heart pounding. I didn't look back. I didn't dare to. I don't know how far I ran, but I eventually came across a narrow trail. I followed it, my body on autopilot, until I saw the familiar sight of my car parked at the trailhead. Without stopping, I threw my pack into the back seat, jumped into the driver's seat, and sped off. I didn't care if I was leaving my campsite behind. I just needed to get out. The drive back was a blur. I didn't stop for anything. When I finally reached a town with a cell signal, I called the authorities. They sent a search party into the area, But when they found the campsite, it was empty. No sign of the man or whatever he had been was ever found. I never went back to that part of the woods again. And to this day, I still don't know what I saw that day. But I do know this: I was lucky to escape. And I will never forget the feeling of being watched by something that didn't belong. It had been a long day on the trail. The sun had started to dip below the mountains, casting long shadows over the path. My legs ached from the hike, and the weight of my pack felt heavier with each step. I had been planning this solo camping trip for months. I wanted to escape, to find some peace in the wilderness, away from everything that weighed on my mind. The plan was simple: set up camp by a quiet lake, cook a meal, and sleep under the stars. But nothing ever goes as planned, does it? As I walked, I kept my eyes peeled for a good campsite. I had crossed a few groups of hikers earlier in the day, but they were all heading out. The trail was thinning, and the solitude felt heavier now. There were fewer sounds from the forest, and the stillness made my nerves itch. I couldn't explain it, but something didn't feel right. Maybe it was the way the trees seemed to crowd the path, or how the wind had stopped blowing. There was an odd, unnatural calmness in the air. After a while, I found a small clearing near the edge of the lake. The water looked calm, reflecting the colors of the sky as the sun sank lower. It was the perfect spot. I dropped my pack and set up my tent, relieved to finally sit down and rest. I had a small stove with me, so I boiled some water and made a simple meal, the steam rising from the pot in the chilly evening air. By the time I finished eating, the sky had turned dark. I stowed the stove and food back in my pack, then sat by the lake, watching the water ripple gently as the night crept in. The silence was almost complete. Even the birds had stopped calling. I stared out over the lake, trying to shake off the uneasy feeling that had been creeping up on me all day. The kind of feeling that tells you something's wrong, but you can't put your finger on it. As the hours passed, I decided to call it a night. I crawled into my tent, zipping it up tight. The darkness outside felt thick, pressing in. The sounds of the forest seemed to have disappeared entirely, leaving an eerie quiet that made my skin crawl. I tried to push it from my mind, lying back and closing my eyes. But then came the sound. It was faint at first, almost like a whisper, carried on the wind. I sat up, straining to listen. It was definitely coming from outside. A faint rustling, like something moving through the underbrush. I told myself it was probably just a deer or some other animal, but the sound was different. It wasn't the normal crunch of leaves and twigs. This was softer, deliberate, almost too quiet. I held my breath, waiting for it to stop, but it didn't. The rustling continued, and now it was closer. My heart started to race. I grabbed my flashlight from my bag, clicking it on. The beam of light swept across the trees, illuminating nothing but shadows and branches. I scanned the area again, feeling the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. Nothing. I thought maybe I was just imagining things, but the noise didn't stop. It was still out there, moving around the campsite, just beyond the reach of my flashlight. My mind raced with possibilities, none of them good. I knew I should stay calm. It was probably just an animal, but something about it felt off. The way the sounds didn't make sense. Too deliberate, too quiet. It was as if whatever it was trying to stay hidden. I turned off the flashlight and lay back down, trying to convince myself it was nothing. But I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. Every small noise outside made my heart jump. I lay there, wide awake, listening to the sound of whatever it was moving around the edge of my camp. It felt like hours before the noise finally stopped. The forest fell silent once again, but now it felt different. It wasn't peaceful. It was like a pause, as if something was waiting, just beyond the reach of my senses. I decided to stay up a little longer, keeping my flashlight close. I didn't want to take any chances. My mind was racing, thinking about all the possible scenarios, all the things that could be out there. But what bothered me most was that I couldn't figure out what had been making that noise. Animals didn't usually act like that. They didn't stalk a campsite. Whatever it wasn't normal. I eventually drifted into an uneasy sleep, my mind still alert, ready to jump at the slightest sound. The night dragged on, each hour feeling longer than the last. The air seemed to grow colder as I shivered under my sleeping bag, but I kept my eyes closed, trying not to think about what was outside. Then, just before dawn, the noises started again. This time, it was closer. So close, I could hear the leaves crunching underfoot, the sound of something heavy moving through the underbrush. I sat up, my flashlight in hand. The beam swept across the trees again, but I didn't see anything. I held my breath, straining to hear, but the rustling stopped as quickly as it had started. I waited and waited. When the sun finally rose, it cast a pale light over the lake, but the strange tension from the night before was still there. I decided to pack up and leave. I didn't want to be out there anymore. The unease that had settled in my chest made it impossible to stay. As I packed my gear, I noticed something strange in the dirt near my tent. There were large, irregular footprints. They didn't look like any animal tracks I had seen before. They were too wide, too deep, and they seemed to lead right up to the edge of my campsite. I stood frozen for a moment, staring at the prints. I was no expert on tracks, but these weren't from any creature I recognized. I could feel my heart pounding in my chest. Something was very wrong. I finished packing quickly, trying to shake off the feeling of being watched. As I stepped onto the trail, I turned back one last time to look at the lake. The silence was absolute, but the tension in the air remained, like the forest was holding its breath. I didn't know what had happened out there, but I never returned to that campsite. I left the area behind, vowing never to camp alone again. And to this day, I still don't know what it was that made those tracks, or why I had that feeling of being hunted. But whatever it was, I knew I wasn't just imagining it. That experience changed the way I looked at the wilderness. It's not always a place of peace and solitude. Sometimes, it's a place that hides secrets. Secrets you're better off never uncovering. I'd been planning the camping trip for weeks, excited to get away from everything for a while. Just me, a tent, and the vast wilderness to enjoy. I'd done my research, picked out a perfect spot deep in the woods, far enough from civilization to feel isolated, but not so far that I'd be in over my head. The weather was looking great, and everything seemed to be aligning. It was supposed to be a peaceful weekend, just what I needed. I packed everything carefully the night before: my tent, sleeping bag, stove, food, and a few other camping essentials. I didn't expect to need much else, just some solitude and time to clear my head. The drive to the campsite was a couple of hours, but the winding roads and the dense trees kept my mind off the time, making it feel more like an adventure. I parked my car at the trailhead and grabbed my gear. The air was fresh, that kind of crispness you can only get in the woods. I took a deep breath and set off down the trail, enjoying the sound of leaves crunching underfoot and the faint rustle of animals moving in the underbrush. As I walked, I noticed the forest around me was thick, dense trees with tangled branches that blocked out the sun in places. It felt almost like I was entering another world, the city and its noise fading away behind me. The campsite wasn't far, about a half-hour walk from the trailhead, but the path twisted and turned, making it feel longer. I had chosen this particular spot because it was tucked into a small clearing beside a creek, a peaceful place where the sound of water flowing could help me relax. When I finally reached it, I was relieved to see that no one else was around. I had the place all to myself. Setting up camp was easy enough. I had done it 100 times before, and the routine felt comforting. My tent went up quickly, and I made sure everything was in place before starting a fire. I collected dry wood, stacked it carefully, and lit it with a match. The crackling of the fire was a perfect soundtrack to the evening, and I settled in with a hot meal as the sun dipped behind the trees. It wasn't long before the forest grew darker, and the shadows stretched out from the trees. The crackling fire was the only light I had, and the soft sounds of the night insects chirping, water running, the occasional owl created a kind of rhythm that helped me unwind. I felt peaceful, at ease, but as the hours passed and the night deepened, I started noticing little things that weren't right. I thought I heard something moving in the woods behind me, a faint rustle in the underbrush that didn't match the usual sounds of animals. Maybe it was just a deer or a raccoon, but I couldn't shake the feeling that it was something larger, something deliberate. I tried to ignore it, focusing on the fire, but the rustling continued, coming closer and closer. I stood up, my heart pounding, and walked cautiously to the edge of the clearing. There was nothing there, just darkness. I stood for a few minutes trying to convince myself it was nothing, but the feeling of being watched lingered. I went back to the fire and sat down again, trying to relax. The wind picked up slightly, sending a few embers flying into the air. Then, I heard it again, a rustling, but this time it was closer. I could feel my pulse quicken, but I wasn't about to let my imagination run wild. Maybe it was a bear or a wild animal coming to check out the fire. I grabbed a branch from the fire to use as a makeshift torch and started moving toward the noise. I reached the edge of the clearing again, shining the torch into the dark woods. My eyes darted around, looking for any sign of movement, but there was nothing. The rustling had stopped, felt unnervingly quiet now. I waited, but still nothing. I shook my head, frustrated at myself for getting worked up over nothing. The forest was full of life after all, and I'd been camping enough to know that animals often made strange noises at night. I returned to the fire, but this time, I couldn't shake the unease. It was like something had shifted in the air, and it felt wrong. The rest of the night passed slowly. I tried to stay awake, to keep an eye on the woods, but the exhaustion of the long hike started to set in. My eyes grew heavy, and soon, I was asleep in my tent. At least I thought I was asleep, but what followed wasn't the restful sleep I had hoped for. In the middle of the night, I woke to a loud crash. My heart leapt into my throat, and I sat up quickly, looking around the tent. For a moment, I was disoriented, unsure if I had imagined it. Then, I heard it again, the sound of something large moving through the forest, crashing into trees and underbrush. It was too close. I grabbed the flashlight I had left on the floor of the tent and shone it outside. The beam of light barely cut through the dark, but I saw movement in the trees. Something large, something human-shaped, was standing there. I froze. My breath caught in my throat as I tried to make sense of what I was seeing. The figure didn't move. It just stood there, silent, its shape indistinct in the shadows. For a moment, I wondered if it was just a trick of the light, but then I saw it shift slightly. It was real. I could feel the weight of its presence. My heart raced, and I felt the undeniable urge to run, to get out of there as fast as possible. But the figure was too close, and I couldn't move. I sat there for what felt like an eternity, unable to tear my eyes away. I don't know how much time passed, but eventually, the figure moved, disappearing into the darkness as quietly as it had come. I didn't dare follow. I stayed in my tent, listening to the silence, waiting for something else to happen. But nothing came. I spent the rest of the night wide awake, my mind racing with fear and confusion. I didn't understand what I had seen. Was it a person? A bear? Some kind of creature I didn't know about? All I knew was that I wasn't going to sleep. Not after that. The morning came slowly, and with it, a sense of relief. The sun broke through the trees, casting long shadows across the forest floor. I unzipped the tent cautiously, stepping out into the clearing. The world felt calm, the air fresh, and the birds were singing again. But my mind couldn't shake the memory of what I had seen in the night. I packed up my things quickly, the sounds of the forest around me feeling different now, almost foreboding. I didn't want to stick around to find out what else was lurking out there, so I decided to leave early. As I packed my gear into the car, I looked around the clearing one last time. It looked normal, peaceful even, but I knew better now. I started the engine and drove off, my eyes glancing nervously at the trees as I passed them. There was something in that forest, something I couldn't explain, and I didn't want to stick around long enough to find out what it was. When I got home, I couldn't stop thinking about the night in the woods. I had hoped that the feeling of unease would fade, but it didn't. It lingered in the back of my mind, like a shadow that wouldn't leave. I couldn't shake the image of the figure standing there in the darkness, and I wondered if I'd ever really know what it was. One thing was for sure, I wouldn't be going back to that campsite. I've always loved camping. The feeling of being out in the wild, away from the noise of the world, was something I craved. So when a friend mentioned a secluded spot deep in the forest, I jumped at the chance. I didn't care much for the details of where we were going, just the idea of the escape, the peace, and the quiet. It started like any other trip. We packed our gear, made sure we had enough food, water, and safety supplies, and set out early in the morning. The drive was long, but the scenery made it worth it. The woods grew denser as we got farther from civilization, and the air felt fresher, cleaner. The destination seemed perfect. We found the spot, a small, almost forgotten campsite beside a creek, with nothing around but trees, rocks, and the sound of rushing water. We set up camp near the creek, a good distance from the road. My friend was the one who had recommended this place, and he was experienced. He assured me that no one ever came out here, that it was the perfect place to get away from everything. But I couldn't shake a weird feeling that something was off. I didn't know why, but something about the stillness of the place unnerved me. The first night was uneventful. We set up a fire, cooked some simple food, and told stories as the sky darkened. I stayed close to the warmth of the fire, watching the flames flicker against the cold night. The wind rustled the leaves in the trees, and the creek's murmur was constant. I could barely see anything beyond the small circle of light, but I could sense the vastness of the forest surrounding us. That night, I had trouble sleeping. The air seemed thick with silence, the kind of silence that makes you hyper-aware of every creak, every snap of a twig. I kept hearing something in the distance, but whenever I tried to focus, it stopped. I chalked it up to my imagination or the wind, but there was something unsettling about it. The second day, things began to feel different. My friend had gone off to explore the woods, leaving me alone at the camp for a while. I decided to go for a short hike just around the area to stretch my legs. The trail was narrow, winding between trees and rocks, the kind of trail that doesn't seem to go anywhere important. I noticed that the further I walked, the quieter it became. No birds, no animals, just the occasional rustle of leaves underfoot. After a while, I came across an old, weathered sign nailed to a tree. It looked like it had been there for years, maybe decades. The faded text on it barely legible, but I could make out the words "restricted area." My curiosity got the best of me, and I decided to follow the path. It seemed like the kind of thing you only discover when you're looking for trouble. But I was alone, and there was no one else around, so I figured, why not? The trail led deeper into the woods. I don't know what it was about the place, but I started feeling like I was being watched. The trees around me felt closer, almost suffocating. My heart started to race. I couldn't help but feel like I had stumbled into something I wasn't supposed to find. The air felt heavy, like something was off, but I couldn't pinpoint it. I reached a small clearing, and in the center, I saw something that made my blood run cold. A small, abandoned cabin. It wasn't much, just a dilapidated structure made of weathered wood. Its windows dark and empty, but there was something about it that made my stomach churn. It felt wrong, like it had been untouched for years, maybe even decades. I stood there for a while, staring at the cabin, unsure of what to do. I wanted to leave, but something kept me frozen in place. Finally, I made my way closer. The door was slightly ajar, and I could hear the creak of the hinges as I pushed it open. Inside was a mess. Broken furniture, old cans scattered across the floor, and dust everywhere. But what caught my attention was the strange markings on the walls. Symbols, strange and cryptic, carved into the wood. Some looked like animals, others like people. And in the center of the floor, there was a large, dark stain. My heart was racing. I didn't want to be there anymore, but my curiosity got the better of me. I decided to take a quick look around, but as I turned to leave, I noticed something strange. Footprints. Fresh footprints, leading away from the cabin, heading toward the woods. I froze. My blood ran cold. I hadn't seen anyone else on the trail that day, and my friend was still back at camp. Who had left those prints? I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching me. I took one last look at the cabin, then turned and hurried back down the trail. The unease I had been feeling before now grew into full-blown panic. My feet stumbled over rocks as I tried to move faster, but it felt like the woods were closing in around me. The trees seemed to reach out toward me, their branches swaying in a way that didn't seem natural. When I finally made it back to camp, I was out of breath, heart pounding. My friend was sitting by the fire, casually flipping through a book, seemingly unaware of the unease in the air. "Everything okay?" he asked. I nodded quickly. "Yeah, I'm fine. Just needed to stretch my legs." But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. The woods felt alive in a way that made me uncomfortable. I didn't want to spend another night in that place, but I didn't want to seem paranoid either. So I kept my concerns to myself, hoping I was just overreacting. As night fell, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. The wind had picked up, and the sound of the creek seemed louder than usual, almost as if it were trying to drown out other noises. I kept hearing twigs snapping in the distance, like someone or something was moving through the forest. But every time I looked, there was nothing there. I stayed close to the fire, unwilling to stray too far from its warmth. The darkness beyond the light felt impenetrable, like it was hiding something just out of sight. My friend didn't seem to notice, but I could tell he was a little on edge too, even if he wouldn't admit it. That night, I couldn't sleep. Every sound kept me on edge. The wind, the creak, the snap of a branch. It all seemed so loud and deliberate. My mind kept racing, imagining things in the dark. I even thought I saw a shadow moving just beyond the campfire's reach. But when I looked again, it was gone. Around midnight, I couldn't take it anymore. I grabbed my flashlight and went for a quick walk to clear my head. The beam of light sliced through the darkness, illuminating nothing but trees. But then I saw something. The footprints. They were back. They led right to our campsite, and they were fresh, just like the ones I had seen earlier by the cabin. Panic gripped me. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. Who was out there? And why had they come so close to our camp? I didn't want to alarm my friend, so I stayed quiet and decided to check the perimeter of the camp, my flashlight scanning the shadows. My heart thudded in my chest. The woods felt oppressive, like they were closing in on us. Then, just as I turned back toward the camp, I heard a rustle behind me, a sharp crack of a branch breaking. I spun around, but there was nothing there. The hairs on the back of my neck stood on end. My instincts screamed at me to leave, but I couldn't bring myself to pack up and go in the middle of the night. It felt like we had crossed some invisible line, and now we were in too deep to turn back. I rushed back to the camp, waking my friend. We packed up our things quickly, not saying a word, but both of us knowing it wasn't safe to stay. As we left, the night felt heavier, as if the forest was watching us leave. We didn't speak much on the way back to the car, but I could feel the tension between us. We both knew something had been off. The forest had felt wrong, and the footprints, the cabin, the strange marks on the walls, it all haunted me. We made it back to the car by morning, and as I looked back at the forest, I couldn't help but feel a strange sense of relief. It was as if the woods were glad to see us go. I never did find out who or what had been out there, but I knew one thing for sure. I would never go back to that place. The woods had a way of hiding things, and some things are better left undiscovered. I didn't expect the forest to be so quiet. It's not like the stories you hear about the howling wind or rustling trees. No, the silence was thick. The kind of silence that presses down on you, like the world is holding its breath. I've been camping for years, but this was different. It was just me this time, alone with the trees, the sky, and the crackling campfire that flickered in front of me. I remember the day I set up camp. It was warm, the sun cutting through the canopy of leaves above, dappling the ground with light. The smell of pine and earth filled the air. It was supposed to be a peaceful weekend, just a simple getaway to clear my head. I found a quiet spot beside a creek, far enough from the nearest trail to feel isolated, but close enough to hear the water flowing gently by. I liked that sound, it had always calmed me. I spent the first few hours setting up my tent and gathering wood for a fire. Everything went smoothly at first. The air was fresh, and there wasn't a cloud in the sky. As the sun started to dip lower, casting long shadows between the trees, I decided it was time to relax. I threw a few logs on the fire, watching as the flames danced, throwing off a comforting warmth. I roasted some marshmallows, eating them slowly, letting the sugar melt in my mouth. It was peaceful, too peaceful. It was just after dusk when I first heard the noise. At first, I thought it was nothing. A branch snapping, maybe the sound of an animal moving through the underbrush. But then I heard it again. This time it was closer. My skin prickled and I tensed. There was something about the sound that felt off. It wasn't the usual animal shuffle I'd grown used to during past trips. No, this was deliberate, like someone was trying to move quietly through the woods. I stood up and peered into the darkness beyond the firelight, my heart beating a little faster. I didn't see anything, but the hairs on the back of my neck were standing up. The forest was still silent now, the kind of silence that makes you feel like you're being watched. I tried to shake off the feeling. It was probably just an animal, a raccoon or deer, I thought. Maybe a bear, but it wasn't uncommon for them to keep their distance from humans. I sat back down, trying to focus on the crackling fire, but the feeling didn't go away. It lingered, that strange, unsettling sensation that something wasn't right. I kept scanning the trees, the shadows creeping longer in the fading light. I tried to push it from my mind, telling myself it was just the wilderness, just nature being nature, but the feeling only got stronger. I added more wood to the fire, hoping it would push the shadows back. It didn't work. The air felt colder, and I noticed the sound of the creek had become distant, almost muted. The forest was still too silent. A couple more hours passed, and the fire had burned down to embers. I didn't want to be out there alone in the dark, but there was no real choice. The night was already here, and the nearest ranger station was miles away. I decided to turn in for the night, crawling into my tent, hoping sleep would take away the discomfort. I lay there, staring at the ceiling of the tent, listening to every little sound. The wind, now faint, whispered through the branches above. I tried to focus on my breathing, on the comfort of the sleeping bag around me. But then the sound came again, a snap, like a twig breaking underfoot, followed by something dragging along the forest floor. It was far off, but it was there. My body went rigid. I held my breath, trying to convince myself that it was just the wind or an animal, but deep down, I knew this was no animal. I grabbed the flashlight, my hands shaking, and unzipped the tent slowly. The beam cut through the darkness, illuminating the trees, but there was nothing there, just the long stretch of empty forest. I breathed out slowly, forcing myself to calm down. There was no one out there, no one. The night dragged on, every small noise making my heart race. I had been camping alone before, but tonight felt different. The forest felt off. It wasn't just the strange noises. It was the way the world seemed to close in around me, the way the air grew thicker the longer I stayed. I wanted to leave, but I couldn't. Not now. The thought of packing up in the dead of night seemed ridiculous. And besides, I had no reason to be scared, right? At least that's what I kept telling myself. Finally, I fell into a restless sleep, but it was short-lived. I woke up sometime later, the moon high above, casting a pale light across the campsite. The fire had long since gone out, and the night was eerily still. That's when I heard it again. Footsteps. Slow, deliberate steps moving just outside the circle of trees around my camp. Not an animal. No, this was something else. I bolted upright, grabbing my flashlight again and shining it into the darkness. Nothing, just the trees. No one was there, but I heard it. It was real. My breath caught in my throat. I couldn't ignore it anymore. Something was out there. I unzipped the tent and stepped outside, the cold air biting at my skin. The flashlight beam danced across the forest floor, searching for any sign of movement. But there was nothing. The footsteps had stopped, leaving behind nothing but the sounds of the night. I stood there for what felt like an eternity, my mind racing. I had to be imagining things, right? Maybe it was just a deer or a raccoon or even another camper. But deep down, I knew it wasn't. There was something wrong. The whole situation felt wrong. I decided to pack up and leave. It was late, and I hadn't planned to stay another night anyway. My mind was made up. I grabbed my gear, shoving it into my backpack with trembling hands, my thoughts racing with every crackle from the forest around me. I didn't care about the noise. I didn't care about the creepy feeling in my gut anymore. I just wanted out. Just as I was zipping up my tent, I heard a loud snap from the woods, louder than before. Came from behind me, too close. I didn't turn around. Couldn't. My legs moved before I even thought about it. I grabbed my bag and ran. I ran through the trees, dodging branches and roots, pushing through the underbrush. My heart was hammering in my chest, my lungs burning as I forced myself to go faster. I didn't know what I was running from, but I knew I couldn't stay there. I ran for what felt like miles, not stopping once, not even to catch my breath. The further I went, the quieter the woods became. Eventually, the sound of my footsteps started to drown out the rest of the forest, and I could hear nothing but the thumping of my heart in my ears. When I finally stopped, I found myself at the edge of the trail. The road was only a few hundred yards away. My body was trembling with exhaustion, but I didn't care. I made it. I was out of the woods. I took a moment to breathe, my mind still racing. My hands were shaking as I pulled out my phone and called for help. The nearest ranger station picked up, and I quickly explained my situation. They told me they would send someone out, but by the time they arrived, there was nothing left to find. No signs of anyone following me, no evidence of anything unusual in the area, just the silence of the forest. I never went back to that place. It's been years now, but the memory of that night still haunts me. I still hear those footsteps in the back of my mind. I don't know who or what It was, but I do know one thing. I was right to trust my instincts that night. Trust your gut, because sometimes the forest hides more than you think. I had always loved hiking. There's something about the quiet of the woods, the air thick with pine and earth, that clears my head. The sound of the wind rustling through the trees, the occasional bird call, the crunch of leaves beneath my boots. I used to take these hikes to clear my mind, to escape from the pressure of everyday life. But this time, it wasn't just an ordinary hike. This time, I had no idea what I was walking into. It started innocently enough. I had chosen a trail I'd never done before. One that was supposed to be about 8 miles long, winding through dense forest, with a scenic overlook at the end. The kind of hike that promised a decent workout and a good view. I packed my backpack, making sure I had the essentials. Water, snacks, a map, my phone, and a first aid kit. I told myself I'd take it slow, enjoy the solitude, maybe snap a few pictures of the scenery. The trailhead was just off the highway, not too far from where I was staying in a small mountain town. The air was cool with a slight chill to it, but nothing too bad. It was early in the morning, just after dawn, and the forest around me was still waking up. I felt the thrill of anticipation as I set off, the first few steps of the trail familiar and comfortable. The woods around me grew denser as I moved deeper into the trail. Tall pines towered above, blocking out most of the light, leaving the forest floor in a dim, greenish glow. The trail was narrow, winding its way through the trees. I kept my pace steady, listening to the sounds of the forest as I moved. Birds flitted from tree to tree, and the occasional rustle in the underbrush reminded me that I wasn't alone, even if I couldn't see what was making the noise. As the hours passed, I noticed that the trail was becoming more and more difficult to follow. The markings on the trees were faint, and the path itself was overgrown in spots. The thought crossed my mind that this trail wasn't as maintained as others I'd been on, but I shrugged it off. I had a map, and I could always turn back if I needed to. It wasn't that far from the trailhead, after all. At least, I didn't think it was. Then came the first sign that something was off. I was walking through a particularly dense part of the woods when I noticed a small clearing ahead. It was nothing remarkable, just a few open patches of grass with a few scattered rocks. But as I neared the clearing, I saw something unusual on the ground. A pair of boots. They were old, weathered, and discarded carelessly on the edge of the clearing. My first thought was that they had been left behind by another hiker. Maybe someone had been caught in a storm or had to leave quickly, I told myself. But as I got closer, I noticed something unsettling. The boots weren't just abandoned. They were placed there deliberately, with one shoe turned awkwardly to the side, like someone had been interrupted mid-step. A shiver ran down my spine, but I shook it off. It was just a pair of boots, right? Nothing to be alarmed about. Still, the hairs on the back of my neck stood up as I continued through the clearing, the quiet suddenly feeling heavier, like the forest was holding its breath. I decided to push on, telling myself I was overthinking it. The trail wasn't far from here, just a few hundred yards, and I needed to keep moving. But as I walked, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. It wasn't like anything I could pinpoint, just a nagging, unsettled feeling that wouldn't go away. I looked around, half expecting to see someone lurking in the trees, but there was nothing, just the stillness of the woods. It wasn't long after that when I realized I had lost the trail. The path ahead of me split into several smaller, less defined trails, and none of them seemed to match the map I had. Panic began to rise in my chest. I stopped and tried to retrace my steps, but everything looked the same. The trees, the rocks, the underbrush. They were all blending together in a confusing mess. I took out my phone, but there was no service. Of course, I thought, I had anticipated this, but now that it was happening, It felt worse than I had imagined. I didn't want to admit it, but I was lost. I stood there for a moment, trying to calm myself. Panicking wasn't going to help. I had food and water, and I knew that if I stayed put, someone would eventually come looking for me. I considered backtracking to the last point I remembered clearly, but something in my gut told me that was a bad idea. The forest was too thick, the trail too uncertain. Instead, I made the decision to keep moving forward, hoping to find some sign of the main trail. The hours seemed to stretch on as I wandered deeper into the woods, constantly second-guessing every decision. The sun was high now, casting long shadows through the trees. It should have been beautiful, but there was something off about the way the light filtered through the branches. The shadows seemed to grow longer, darker, more oppressive the further I went. Then came the second sign. I was moving down a narrow path when I saw something strange in the distance. A shape, half hidden behind a large boulder. It was a red backpack, partially buried beneath some branches, like it had been hastily discarded. My heart skipped a beat. It wasn't mine. I didn't know who it belonged to, but it definitely wasn't part of the gear I had seen earlier on the trail. I approached cautiously, my boots crunching over the dry leaves. The closer I got, the more the unease in my chest grew. What the hell was going on here? Why was there a backpack just sitting here alone in the middle of nowhere? I didn't know what I expected to find when I reached it, but when I knelt down to examine it, the truth hit me like a slap in the face. It was empty, completely empty. There were no supplies, no water bottles, no snacks. Just the bag itself sitting there in the dirt, abandoned. A cold chill ran down my spine. This wasn't right. I didn't know what was happening, but I had the overwhelming feeling that I needed to leave, that something was wrong with this place. But just as I was about to turn around, I heard it. Faint sound. A crack, like a twig snapping. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. The sound had come from somewhere nearby, somewhere in the trees, just beyond my sight. My breath caught in my throat as I strained my ears, listening for any sign of movement. Nothing. I stood there for what felt like an eternity, every nerve in my body on high alert. I couldn't see anything, but I could feel it. Someone or something was out there, watching, waiting. I made a decision then. I had to get out. I had to leave this place before whatever was out there found me. I stood up quickly, my legs trembling beneath me, and started to walk. No, to run. Away from the clearing, away from the backpack, away from whatever was lurking in the woods. I pushed through the trees, moving as fast as I could without tripping on roots or rocks, my mind screaming at me to keep going. I didn't look back, couldn't. The sound of my breath and the pounding of my heart drowned out everything else. I didn't know where I was going, but I had to get away from that feeling, from that fear. Minutes or maybe hours passed. I don't know. It was hard to tell anymore. But then, through the trees, I saw it. The trail. It was faint, barely visible, but it was there. The path that I had lost earlier. It was my way out. I stumbled toward it, my feet aching and my head spinning. The trail wasn't perfect, but it was enough. I followed it as quickly as I could, not stopping until I finally reached the trailhead. I was back, safe. For the moment, I didn't stop to look around. I didn't stop to ask myself what had happened, what I had seen, or who had been watching me in the woods. I just kept walking, putting one foot in front of the other until I reached the highway, until I was surrounded by people, by civilization. The woods had been beautiful, but they had been more dangerous than I had ever imagined, and I wasn't sure I'd ever step foot in those woods again. I had always been a hiker. It was my way to get away from everything. The noise of the city, the hustle and bustle of everyday life. I loved the silence of the forest, the solitude of the mountains, and the thrill of exploring places that few others had ventured. But that day, the hike turned into something far more terrifying than I had ever imagined. It started as any other hike. I had planned a solo trip into the woods, something I'd done many times before. I wasn't worried about getting lost. I knew the area well, having hiked through those mountains multiple times. The trail was clear, the weather was perfect, and the promise of solitude was just what I needed. My pack was light, just enough for the day: water, snacks, my phone, and a small first aid kit. It was a simple hike, or so I thought. The first few hours were peaceful. The sun was shining through the trees, casting dappled shadows on the forest floor. Birds chirped above, and the occasional rustle in the bushes reminded me of the small creatures that lived in these woods. It was also normal, too normal almost. I've always been one to appreciate the quiet, but there was something in the air that day. It felt off, though I couldn't pinpoint why. I took a break about halfway through, sitting on a rock near a creek. The sound of the water flowing over the rocks was soothing, and I pulled out a sandwich. It wasn't until I stood up to leave that I noticed something odd. A trail of broken branches led off the path to my left, into the thick underbrush. At first, I thought it might have been an animal, maybe a deer, but the branches were too deliberately broken. It was as if someone had been pushing their way through the brush. I shook off the thought, but something in my gut told me to be cautious. I continued on, my pace slowing a bit. The path twisted, and the trees grew denser. I couldn't help but feel like I was being watched. I tried to dismiss it. I was just being paranoid. But as the day wore on, the feeling of unease grew stronger. The further I hiked, the quieter it became. No birds, no rustling leaves, nothing. Just the sound of my own footsteps crunching on the dry leaves. It wasn't until I came across a small clearing that I began to feel truly unsettled. There was a fire pit in the middle of the clearing, its stones arranged in a perfect circle. It wasn't the first time I had seen something like it. Hikers often set up campsites in clearings like this, but this time was different. The fire pit looked recent, the stones still warm to the touch. And more than that, there were footprints leading from the fire pit deeper into the woods. They were fresh, far too recent to have been made by any wildlife. These were human prints. I stood there for a while, staring at the footprints, my heart pounding in my chest. Should I turn back? Should I keep going? I didn't want to let fear control me, but a part of me was telling me to leave. The woods had grown unnaturally still, and I could feel my senses tingling, alert to every sound. The rustle of leaves, the snap of a twig. It all felt wrong, but I didn't leave. I kept moving, driven by some irrational need to finish the hike. Maybe it was the thought that I had been hiking for years without incident, that I knew these woods better than anyone. Or maybe I was too curious about the footprints. Either way, I kept walking. As the sun began to dip below the horizon, I found myself farther into the forest than I had planned. The trail was less defined now, just a narrow path that twisted between the trees. The light was fading quickly, and I realized I hadn't brought a flashlight. My phone had no service, and I wasn't about to risk getting lost in the dark. I decided to turn around and head back. But as I retraced my steps, I realized something disturbing. The path didn't look familiar. I had been following it for hours, but now everything seemed different. The trees looked wrong, the shadows too long, the air too still. I knew I had to stay calm. I had hiked enough to know that it was easy to get turned around in the woods, but that didn't make it any less frightening. Panic started to set in. I checked my phone again. Still no service. The sun had almost completely set, and the forest around me seemed to close in. I couldn't remember how far I had come, and the once familiar trail now felt like an alien landscape. I knew I couldn't stay out here overnight. I needed to find my way back, but the more I walked, the more the forest seemed to twist, the trees closing in tighter. My thoughts were racing. What if I wasn't alone? I began to jog, then to run, but it only made things worse. Every step felt like it took me farther away from safety. The darkness was thick, and I had no idea which direction I was heading. My breath was ragged, my heart pounding in my chest, and that's when I heard it, a rustling in the bushes. It was soft at first, then louder, the unmistakable sound of something or someone moving through the underbrush. I froze, my body rigid with fear. There was no denying it now. Someone else was out here with me. I couldn't see them, but I could hear them moving just out of sight. My mind raced. Was it another hiker? A ranger? Or was it someone who didn't belong in these woods? The idea of someone deliberately following me, of someone stalking me, was enough to make my stomach drop. I had to get out of here, but the path seemed to stretch on endlessly, with no sign of the trail I recognized. I pushed through the fear, telling myself that I needed to stay calm, that panicking would only make things worse. I continued moving, trying to ignore the sound of footsteps behind me. They were getting closer now. Whoever it was following me, and the sound of their movements was erratic. Not the steady rhythm of someone walking, but the frantic shuffling of someone desperate. I came to a clearing and stopped dead in my tracks. It was the same clearing I had passed hours ago, the one with the fire pit. The realization hit me like a punch to the gut. I had been running in circles. My mind was foggy, my thoughts racing, and panic clawed at me. I turned around, my body tense, ready to face whatever was behind me, but there was nothing there.
No footsteps, no rustling.
Just the eerie stillness of the forest. I stood there for what felt like an eternity, listening, waiting. My eyes darted back and forth, but I saw nothing. The forest had fallen silent once again. I took a deep breath, trying to steady myself. I couldn't let fear control me. I knew I had to make it out of here, and I wasn't about to let some strange noises or a few unsettling moments drive me crazy. I moved forward again, slowly this time, trying to retrace my steps. After what felt like hours, I finally saw it, the sign for the main trail. My heart surged with relief. I wasn't lost anymore. By the time I made it back to the parking lot, the last slivers of light were fading. The woods had changed as the darkness settled, and I felt a deep sense of gratitude for the safety of my car. I had made it out, and while I still wasn't sure what exactly had happened in those woods, I knew one thing for sure. I wouldn't be coming back anytime soon. I've always loved hiking. The silence, the sense of adventure, and the feeling of being surrounded by nature. It was something that kept me going, especially after a rough few months. The peace that came from the isolation of the woods, with no distractions except for the birds and the crunch of leaves beneath my boots, had a way of resetting my mind that I remember that morning clearly. The sky was overcast, but there was no rain predicted. It was the perfect kind of weather to head out on a hike in the mountains. I had planned this trip for weeks, intending to go solo. It was something I did every now and then, just me and the forest. It was a long trek and I was prepared. Well, I thought I was. The trail I was on was less traveled, which was exactly how I liked it. Most people stuck to the popular routes, but I found those too crowded. The wilderness felt more alive on the quieter trails. The path I had chosen was in a remote area of the national park, about 5 miles into the forest before you hit any kind of settlement or even a park ranger station. I had my gear all set. A sturdy backpack, my boots, a first aid kit, a flashlight, a compass, and plenty of water. I had a few protein bars and some fruit too, enough to keep me going. The most important thing, though, was the map I had marked up. I had done my research, knew the landmarks, and had a general idea of the way I wanted to go. The hike started well enough. The air was fresh, and the sound of the trees swaying in the breeze felt like music to my ears. The deeper I went into the woods, the more I felt at ease. But after a couple of hours, I began to notice something odd. It was the stillness. There was no movement in the forest. No small animals scurrying through the brush. No birds singing. It was quiet, too quiet. I had been on enough hikes to know that the woods should never be this silent. I shrugged it off at first, telling myself it was just the kind of day where everything seemed to pause. But the deeper I went, the more the sensation of being watched crept up on me. It wasn't like someone was standing right behind me, but the forest had an unsettling way of making me feel like I wasn't alone. A few more hours passed, and I was starting to feel the weight of my pack more than I had anticipated. I paused to take a break by a stream, kneeling down to drink from the cool, clear water. I was about halfway through the hike at this point, according to my map. I checked my phone, but the signal was spotty at best. I didn't rely on it much anyway, since I had no intention of using it for anything except emergency situations. When I stood up to continue, I noticed something strange. Footprints in the mud near the stream. They weren't animal tracks. They looked too large and too human to be from a deer or any other forest creature. I studied them carefully, noting that they were fresh, but not fresh enough to indicate someone was nearby. Maybe a day or two old. Still, it was odd. This trail was remote enough that it seemed unlikely anyone else would be around. I pushed the thought out of my mind and kept walking. The quiet continued to press in, and I felt the hairs on the back of my neck prickle with unease. I picked up my pace, determined not to let the creeping feeling get the best of me. The trail began to climb steadily, the incline becoming steeper as I ascended the mountain. My legs were starting to burn from the exertion, but I didn't mind. Hiking was about pushing yourself, right? Then it happened. Just as I rounded a corner, something shifted in my peripheral vision. I turned quickly, but all I saw was a flash of movement, a shadow darting between the trees. My heart raced. It was probably an animal, or at least that's what I told myself. But then I noticed something strange. The trail ahead had a distinct lack of footprints, like no one had passed through in a long time. I stopped in my tracks, my breath catching in my throat. I checked my map again. There was no way I had taken a wrong turn, but the trail ahead didn't look familiar anymore. The terrain had subtly changed, and the forest around me seemed darker, more dense. I glanced over my shoulder to look back the way I had come, but the familiar trail seemed to have vanished, swallowed up by the trees. For a moment, I felt a sharp pang of panic. I decided to turn back. That's when I noticed it, the soft crunch of footsteps behind me. Slow, deliberate, not the erratic pace of an animal. No, this was the sound of someone walking, and the noise was coming closer. My pulse quickened, my hands went clammy, and I tried to convince myself it was just a hiker who had somehow gotten ahead of me, maybe someone who had taken a different route. I spun around, ready to call out, but there was no one there. The forest was empty, but the noise didn't stop. It was still there, just out of sight, like someone was walking just behind the trees, following my every move. My breath hitched, and I started walking faster, my heart pounding in my chest. Every step I took was followed by the same crunching sound. I couldn't explain it. No one was there, and yet, I felt the overwhelming sensation that I was being stalked. I didn't look back again. I just kept moving. The feeling of being hunted became more and more intense, and with every step, the anxiety built up inside me. I had been in the woods alone before, but this was different. The isolation felt oppressive. The forest wasn't just quiet. It felt like it was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, I came to a small clearing. There was a rock ledge that overlooked the valley below, and for a brief moment, I thought I could stop and gather myself. I stepped out into the clearing, the sound of my footsteps muffled by the soft earth beneath my boots. I looked around, scanning the trees, but saw nothing. There was no movement, no signs of anyone following me. I allowed myself to breathe a little easier, though the feeling of being watched didn't go away. I checked my map once again. I wasn't far from a known campsite. If I kept moving, I could make it by nightfall. With renewed determination, I pushed on. But as I crossed back into the dense woods, the strange noises resumed. The footsteps were louder now, almost as if someone were trying to get closer without being seen. My heart raced in my chest. I couldn't tell if it was my mind playing tricks on me or if someone really was out there. By the time the sun began to dip below the trees, I was exhausted. My legs ached, and the strange sensation of being watched had only intensified. But I kept moving, using the last of my energy to reach the campsite. When I finally arrived, there was no one there, just the quiet sound of the wind rustling the leaves. I set up my tent quickly, shaking with nerves, but once I was inside and zipped up, the anxiety seemed to lessen. I tried to remind myself that I was safe now, that the noises in the woods had just been my imagination. But even as I lay there in the dark, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't truly alone. The next morning, I woke up early, ready to pack up and head out. The hike back was uneventful, but every now and then, I thought I heard a branch snap behind me or the soft sound of footsteps in the distance. By the time I reached the trailhead, I was more than ready to be done with the hike. I didn't see anyone along the way. There were no other hikers on the trail, no sign of anyone who could have been following me. It wasn't until I got home and looked at the map again that I realized something chilling. The path I had been on wasn't the one I had planned to take. I had somehow veered off the main trail without realizing it, ending up on an unmarked route that led deeper into the woods than I had ever intended. I'll never know who or what was following me that day, but one thing is for certain. I learned to trust my instincts a lot more. That hike was supposed to be a peaceful escape, but it ended up being a reminder that the woods can be a lot darker than we sometimes realize. It was a quiet morning when I set off for a solo hike through the hills. I didn't expect anything extraordinary, just the usual trek, the kind where I could lose myself in the scenery and clear my head. The sun had barely risen, and the early morning fog still clung to the trees as I stood at the base of the trailhead. There were only a few cars parked at the lot, and I figured it would be a peaceful day, just me, the trail, and the mountains. I'd been on this trail before, but it had been years since I last hiked it. It was a well-known path, marked clearly on the map, with an elevation gain that wasn't too difficult. I was used to tough hikes, so I knew this one wouldn't be a problem. The thought of anything unexpected never crossed my mind. I had packed light, just enough water, a small snack, and my phone for the GPS in case I needed it. I also had a small first aid kit tucked into my backpack. You never knew when you'd need it. The air smelled fresh and damp, like rain had recently passed through. The trees were dense, and the trail seemed to narrow the deeper I went. The light from the sun filtered through the branches, casting long shadows that danced as the wind moved the leaves. I kept a steady pace, enjoying the solitude. The only sounds were the crunch of my boots on the dirt and the occasional chirp of birds above. As I made my way up the hill, the forest around me began to feel more enclosed, the trees thicker, their branches reaching toward each other as if they were trying to hold the world in. The path, which had been wide and easy to follow, gradually started to fade. The well-worn dirt was replaced by uneven ground covered with roots, rocks, and patches of thick underbrush. It was a little more difficult to keep my footing, but I wasn't deterred. I figured the trail must just be less maintained the farther I went. But the further I trekked, the more uncertain the trail became. The marks on the trees were few and far between, and in some places the trail was almost entirely overgrown. I was used to a little scrambling, but this was different. It was as though the forest had swallowed the path whole. I paused for a moment to check my phone. The GPS showed I was still on track, but the path ahead seemed unclear. I decided to push forward, thinking that I might just be overthinking it. There wasn't any real danger, right? It wasn't like I was lost, just a little off the beaten track. That's when I noticed something strange. There was a smell in the air, sharp and pungent, like rotting wood. It made my stomach turn, but I chalked it up to the damp conditions in the woods. It wasn't uncommon for the air to carry strange smells after a heavy rain. Still, I couldn't shake the unease creeping up my spine. I kept going, forcing myself to focus on the trail. The landscape around me seemed to shift. The trees grew taller, the air colder, and the shadows longer. It was as though the forest had changed, becoming darker and more oppressive. The farther I walked, the more isolated I felt. Then I heard it, a soft rustling in the underbrush, faint but distinct. I stopped in my tracks, my heart pounding in my chest. I waited, listening for any other sounds. Nothing. It was probably just an animal, I told myself. A deer, maybe, or a raccoon. There was no reason to be afraid. I continued on, but the feeling of being watched didn't fade. It was as if the woods themselves were closing in on me, every step forward drawing me deeper into something I couldn't quite grasp. The trail finally split, and I hesitated. I had the option to go left, which seemed to lead up toward a small ridge, or continue straight, where the path looked even less defined. I wasn't sure which way would take me back to the main trailhead, but I figured I'd try the ridge. The GPS showed it as the direction I needed to go. I climbed, the trail steepening as I ascended. My legs burned from the effort, but I didn't mind. It felt good to push myself. The higher I went, the more the forest thinned out, and I could see the valley below me, the distant hills stretching out into the horizon. But as I neared the top, something felt off. The air grew heavier, the sound of the wind fading to nothing. I felt the hairs on the back of my neck rise. A sense of dread washed over me. I reached the top and looked around, but there was no sign of the trail continuing. The ridge was bare, just rocks and a few sparse trees. I checked my GPS again. It still showed the same position, but I could see no way forward. My mind raced. Had I taken the wrong path? Was I lost? I tried to calm myself, but panic was starting to set in. I retraced my steps, hoping to find where I had gone wrong. But the forest looked different now. The trees seemed to loom over me, twisted and gnarled, their branches blocking out most of the sunlight. The trail that I had thought I was following was now gone, replaced by thick bushes and rocks that made it impossible to walk. The sense of being watched intensified, like there was something or someone hidden just out of sight, observing my every move. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was no longer alone. The rustling came again. It was closer this time. I froze. My heart hammered in my chest as I strained my ears to hear more. For a few seconds, all I could hear was my own breath. And then the sound stopped. It was so quiet that it made the hairs on my neck stand straight up. I felt a cold sweat break out on my forehead. I turned around, eyes scanning the trees. Nothing, but the feeling was unbearable now. The woods were thick, the trail a distant memory. I was alone in a place that seemed to have no end. I tried not to panic, telling myself that if I stayed calm, I'd find my way back. But the more I walked, the more I realized how much the landscape had changed. I had seen this area before, this twisted tree, that large boulder. But the direction I was going didn't match anything I remembered. I checked the GPS again. Nothing. No signal. I had no idea which way was back. A sense of dread overwhelmed me, and for a moment, I considered sitting down and waiting for someone to find me. But I knew that would only make things worse. I had to keep moving, no matter how much the fear gnawed at me. I pushed on, finding myself climbing over rocks, slipping through underbrush, and wading through thick patches of mud. I felt like I was walking in circles. It was as if the forest was designed to confuse me, to trap me. I didn't know how much time had passed, minutes, hours, but the panic kept escalating. Then I saw it. A faint trail, almost hidden by a thick layer of moss and leaves. My heart leaped. Maybe this was it. Maybe this was the path that would lead me back to safety. I followed it, keeping my eyes trained on the ground in front of me. The air felt colder now, almost unnaturally so, but I didn't care. I just wanted out. I needed to get out. The trail finally led me to a clearing. It was small, barely a patch of grass surrounded by tall trees. But there was something else there, something that made my blood run cold. In the center of the clearing was a small pile of rocks, stacked carefully. There was nothing unusual about the rocks themselves, but the way they were arranged made my skin crawl. I was about to turn around when I heard it, a sharp, cracking sound behind me. I whipped around, but there was nothing there, just the trees, the wind, and the silence. That was when I saw it. At the edge of the clearing, a shadow moved. It was quick, too quick, and it disappeared behind a tree before I could make out what it was. My instincts kicked in. I had to get out. Now, I ran. I didn't care about the trail anymore. Didn't care about anything except getting away. My heart pounded in my chest as I pushed through the underbrush, stumbling, tripping, falling. But I kept going, no longer thinking, just moving. Eventually, I broke through the trees and found myself on the main trail again. My legs were sore, my hands shaking, but I couldn't stop. I kept moving, faster and faster, until I finally reached the trailhead. I collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. The parking lot was still empty. The air was still cold, but it felt like a blessing. I was out. I had made it. I didn't look back. Not once. I don't know what I encountered that day. Maybe it was just my mind playing tricks on me, or maybe it was something else, something darker. All I know is that the trail I took had a way of leading people astray, of making them feel lost even when they weren't. When I got home, I checked the GPS again. The route I had taken was still there, but the path seemed to vanish when I tried to trace it. That trail, it wasn't the one I remembered, and I don't think I'll ever hike there again. I had been looking forward to this trip for weeks. Just me, the cabin, and the wilderness. No distractions, no noise, just the sounds of the forest and the occasional crackle of firewood burning. The cabin I rented was far off the beaten path, up on a ridge that looked down over a valley of trees. It was isolated, peaceful, exactly what I needed. I drove up the narrow, gravel road that led to the cabin, my car kicking up dust behind me as the trees slowly swallowed up the rest of the world. The cabin was a small, rustic building, nothing fancy, but it had everything I needed. A wood stove, a big window that framed the view of the trees, and a loft that overlooked the main room. There were no other houses for miles. The nearest neighbor was a half-hour drive away, just the way I liked it. The first thing I did when I arrived was take a deep breath of the fresh, pine-scented air. Felt like I could almost taste the solitude. I unloaded my gear and set up inside. It was late afternoon by the time I had everything in place. Just enough light left to go for a short hike around the area. The cabin was tucked into the forest with a steep trail leading up to the ridge. I was eager to see the view from the top. The hike was steep, but nothing too challenging. The trail was well marked, though it felt like it hadn't been used much. The trees grew thick around me, and the air smelled damp with the scent of earth and decay. I had always loved the quiet of the woods, but here, there was a certain stillness that felt different. The usual chatter of wildlife, the rustling of small animals, the calls of birds was oddly absent. I wasn't alarmed at first. I chalked it up to the time of day and how far removed I was from civilization. But as I climbed higher, that sense of stillness settled deeper into me. By the time I reached the top, the sun was dipping behind the mountains, casting long shadows across the valley below. The view was stunning. The world seemed to stretch on forever. The valley was blanketed in trees, dark green and rich with life. The setting sun bathed everything in a warm, golden light. But there was something unsettling about the way the shadows grew longer and darker than I remembered. I stayed for a few minutes, taking in the view, but then the silence that surrounded me felt too heavy. I decided to head back to the cabin. The walk down was much faster. The evening light was fading quickly, and the cold night air started to seep into the trees. The only sounds were the crunch of gravel under my boots and the occasional creak of a branch swaying in the wind. When I got back to the cabin, the fire was crackling, and the smell of burning wood filled the air. I made myself a simple dinner, enjoying the peace of it all. As the night wore on, I settled into the cabin with a book. The wind picked up outside, howling through the trees. The walls of the cabin creaked, and the wood stove's crackling was the only sound that kept the silence at bay. I wasn't scared, but the atmosphere felt different. It wasn't the usual peaceful quiet I was used to. There was something unnerving about the isolation, about how deep it felt, as though the world outside had disappeared entirely. I brushed it off, reminding myself that I was here to escape, to find peace. So I finished my book, and when the fire burned low, I went to bed. That night, I was woken by the sound of something moving outside the cabin. It was subtle at first, just the faintest scratch against the wooden walls. I lay still, listening. I told myself it was nothing, maybe an animal. But then, the sound came again, louder this time, scratching, scraping. I slid out of bed quietly, moving toward the window. The shadows outside were thick, and the only light came from the faint glow of the moon. I didn't see anything. No movement, no animals, just darkness. I tried to shake it off, crawling back into bed, but I couldn't get back to sleep. The scratching continued, just outside the cabin. It wasn't random. It was methodical. The sound was so close that I felt like it was just on the other side of the wall. I couldn't shake the feeling that something or someone was out there, waiting. After what felt like hours, the sounds finally stopped. It was so quiet I could hear my heartbeat in my ears. I thought about going outside to check, but something told me not to. I stayed in bed, pulling the blankets tightly around me, trying to ignore the feeling of unease crawling up my spine. The next morning, I forced myself to get up early. The sun had barely risen, but I needed to do something, anything to distract myself from the strange events of the night. I decided to go for another hike, this time a little farther up the mountain to clear my head. The forest was just as quiet as the day before. It was unsettling, like the world was holding its breath. As I walked deeper into the woods, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. It was as though someone or something was watching me, hidden just out of sight. I kept telling myself I was being paranoid, but every crack of a branch, every rustle in the leaves, sent a jolt of fear through me. I turned back sooner than planned. The trail felt longer than I remembered, and I couldn't shake the feeling that something was following me. I picked up the pace, not wanting to look back. When I reached the cabin, I was out of breath, my heart racing. The day passed uneventfully, though the unease never left me. I tried to shake it off. I spent the evening reading, then went to bed early. The wind howled again outside, and the cabin creaked in protest. But the night was peaceful. There were no strange noises, no scratching against the walls. But when I woke up the next morning, something was different. The front door was open. I didn't remember leaving it that way. In fact, I was sure I had locked it the night before. The door wasn't just ajar, it was wide open. I felt my stomach drop as I stood there, staring at it. I walked cautiously to the door, looking out into the woods. Nothing seemed out of place. The trail leading up the mountain was quiet. The trees swayed gently in the breeze, but my heart was pounding in my chest. Someone had been here. Someone had been inside the cabin. I didn't know what to do. Should I call the authorities? But who would I call out here in the middle of nowhere? I was alone, and someone had been inside my cabin. I locked the door behind me and spent the rest of the day searching the cabin. There were no signs of forced entry, no missing items, but the feeling of being watched had never left. That night, the scratching returned, louder than ever. It was on the roof this time, scraping against the shingles like something was trying to get in. I didn't sleep at all that night. I stayed up, sitting in a chair by the window, my eyes fixed on the dark forest. Every sound made me jump. Every shadow seemed like it was hiding something, but nothing happened. The scratching stopped as the night wore on. The next morning, I packed my things and left the cabin. I didn't look back. I had always loved the woods, the peace, the solitude. It was my escape, the place where I could clear my mind and forget about everything. That day, however, I learned that the forest could be much more than a refuge. It could be a trap. Started off as a simple hike, a plan I'd had for weeks. The forecast predicted a sunny, clear day, perfect for a long walk through the trees. I packed light, water, some snacks, my phone, and a basic first aid kit, just in case. Nothing too fancy. I wasn't venturing far into the wilderness. It was a familiar trail, one I'd walked before. The path was quiet, almost eerily so. The only sounds were my boots crunching the fallen leaves and the occasional rustle of the wind through the branches. The air was cool, but not too cold, and I felt a sense of calm wash over me. The farther I walked, the more I relaxed. I passed by a few familiar landmarks, the creek, the giant oak tree, the small clearing where I'd stopped to rest on past hikes. It wasn't until I reached the fork in the trail that things started to go wrong. I knew this spot well. It's where the main trail splits into two paths, one heading up the hill, the other down toward the river. I'd always taken the downhill path, but today I thought I might try something new. The uphill route looked enticing, more challenging, and I liked the idea of pushing myself a bit. So I took a deep breath, turned right, and began the climb. First, it wasn't too bad. The incline was gradual and the path was well marked, so I wasn't worried. But as I continued, the trail became less distinct. The trees closed in around me, and the air felt a little denser. My heart started to race a little. Something about the silence of the forest had changed. I shook it off, though. I was just being paranoid. The hike was nothing to be afraid of. I kept going, step after step, until I realized the trail had all but disappeared. There was no clear path in front of me anymore. I stopped for a moment, listening to the woods around me. The sounds I had taken for granted, the chirping of birds, the rustling of animals, had all but vanished. It was too quiet now, too still. I pulled out my map to see where I was. But when I looked at it, I realized something strange. The map didn't quite match what I was seeing. The landmarks didn't line up with the terrain. The trail I thought I had been on was no longer visible, and I had no idea which direction I was facing. A sinking feeling hit my stomach, but I tried to stay calm. Just retrace your steps, I told myself. You'll figure it out. I turned around, but the trees looked the same in every direction. There were no familiar markers, no signs of the trail. The forest had swallowed me whole. I kept walking, hoping to stumble upon something familiar. After what felt like an eternity, I found a small clearing, but it didn't bring me any comfort. It was just more trees and more space. The sun was starting to dip lower, casting long shadows through the forest, and I could feel the temperature dropping. The calm, peaceful woods I had enjoyed earlier now felt oppressive, closing in on me. I checked my phone, no signal. I tried calling, but the screen stayed blank, and the bars didn't budge. I hadn't expected much. The area was pretty remote, but it still stung, knowing I couldn't call for help if something went wrong. The realization hit me harder now. I was lost. Panic began to creep in. I tried to steady my breathing, but it wasn't easy. The trees seemed to loom over me, and I could feel the sweat beating on my forehead. I wasn't prepared for this. I didn't have a compass, I didn't have a reliable map, and the sun was quickly fading. The woods were no longer a sanctuary. They were an obstacle. I tried to stay calm, to think logically. I just need to find the trail again, I told myself. Keep moving. You'll find it. But the forest seemed to stretch endlessly in all directions, each tree looking the same as the last. Every step I took felt like I was getting deeper, farther away from where I wanted to be. I kept walking for what felt like hours. My legs were starting to ache, and my throat was dry. I had finished most of the water I brought, and the snacks were long gone. I was beginning to feel lightheaded, and the fear was creeping up again. The sun was nearly gone now, and I had no idea how to get back. The thought of staying out here overnight terrified me. I didn't have the right gear for a night in the woods. No tent, no sleeping bag, nothing but the clothes on my back. I would have to find shelter, and fast. I pushed forward, the trees seeming to grow denser with each step. The darkness was coming quicker now, and the shadows grew sharper. In the distance, I thought I saw something, a flicker of movement. My heart jumped. I stopped dead in my tracks and strained my eyes, but it was gone. I felt a chill creep down my spine, but I didn't have time for fear. I had to keep moving, couldn't stop. I wouldn't let myself. Hours passed, or maybe it was only minutes, but time seemed irrelevant in the woods. Every moment stretched longer, every footstep more exhausting. My legs felt like lead, and I could barely focus anymore. I just needed to see a sign, any sign that I was getting closer to civilization. Then, out of nowhere, I saw it, a light, a soft yellow glow through the trees. I stopped, blinking in disbelief. Was I seeing things? I was too exhausted, too hungry, too desperate to be sure. But there it was again, just ahead of me. I moved toward it, my steps slow but determined. As I got closer, the light became clearer, and I could make out the shape of a cabin. A small, humble structure, tucked away in a clearing. My heart skipped a beat. A cabin? Out here? It didn't make sense, but at that moment, it didn't matter. I was saved. I reached the cabin and knocked weakly on the door. My hand shook, my voice barely a whisper as I called out. There was no answer at first, but then the door creaked open, and an older man appeared, his face lined with age and experience. He looked at me, confused at first, but then his eyes softened with understanding. Without a word, he motioned for me to come inside. I was too exhausted to ask any questions. I didn't even care to. I sat down by the fire, my body shivering from both the cold and the relief. The man didn't say much, but he handed me some water and a blanket. I drank eagerly, feeling the warmth return to my body as I sat there, letting the fire heat me through. When I finally managed to speak, I asked how long he had been living out here. A long time, he said. Not many come this way. You were lucky to find me. I didn't know what to say to that. Lucky? Maybe. Or maybe it was just a strange twist of fate. Either way, I was safe now. The man didn't seem interested in asking where I came from or why I was out here. After a while, I stood up, grateful beyond words, and started to head for the door. I couldn't stay any longer. I had to get back to the world, to civilization. Thank you, I said quietly, but he just nodded, already turning back to his fire. I left the cabin and found the trail again, not far from where I had been. The world seemed different now. The trees were less intimidating, the darkness less suffocating. And as I walked back toward the trailhead, I knew I would never take the woods for granted again. It was supposed to be just a simple hike. I had been on countless hikes before, but this one felt different from the start. Maybe it was the sudden change in the weather, Or maybe it was the odd feeling that settled in the pit of my stomach as I ventured deeper into the forest. At first, I thought it was just my mind playing tricks, but as the hours went by, that feeling grew stronger. The kind of feeling that makes your spine tingle and your steps a little more hurried. I remember the moment it started to go wrong. I had reached a fork in the trail. The path was well marked, so I'd been following the signs without much thought. But there were two arrows now, one pointing to the left, the other to the right. I didn't know which one to take. It wasn't like I was in a rush. I had plenty of time to enjoy the fresh air, the sound of leaves rustling in the wind, and the birds singing high above me. But something about that moment made me hesitate. I decided to take the left trail, reasoning it was the more scenic route. I'd read online that it looped around a small lake, and I was eager to see it. But as I walked, the trail began to narrow. The trees closed in around me, and the sunlight became filtered, casting long, eerie shadows across the ground. My pace quickened, but I couldn't shake the sense that I was being watched. It was absurd, of course. Who could be out here in the middle of nowhere? Still, I felt uneasy. Hours passed. The landscape didn't change much. Dense trees, thick underbrush, and that oppressive silence that seems to grow the deeper you go into the woods. I checked my map again. The lake should have been close, but I couldn't see any signs of it. There were no other hikers, no sounds except for the occasional rustle of leaves or the call of a distant bird. The feeling that something was wrong crept up on me once again, stronger this time. When I looked at my phone to check the time, I realized with a shock that the battery had died. That was strange. It had been fully charged when I left, and there hadn't been any warning of it shutting off. I thought maybe I hadn't locked the screen properly or the battery had just drained faster than expected. But in the back of my mind, a small voice began to whisper, "Something is off." I kept walking, hoping to see something familiar, but as the hours dragged on, I started to realize I was lost, completely lost. The forest, once so inviting, had turned into a maze of towering trees and indistinguishable paths. I retraced my steps, but they all looked the same. My heart started pounding. I had no idea where I was or how to get back to the trailhead. As night began to fall, the temperature dropped. I wasn't prepared for this. My jacket was lightweight, not meant for the cold that was creeping in. I found a small clearing and tried to stay calm. I checked my water bottle. It was almost empty. I had a snack in my backpack, but it wouldn't be enough to get me through the night. The reality of my situation hit me then. I was stranded in the woods with no way out, no phone signal, and no map. I could try to wait it out until morning, but the thought of spending the night here alone sent a shiver down my spine. I decided to build a small fire. It wasn't much, just a handful of twigs and leaves, but it was something. I focused on the task, pushing the fear out of my mind for a while. The flickering light from the fire was comforting, but it didn't do much to chase away the growing sense of dread. The wind had picked up, and the trees creaked and groaned in a way that didn't seem natural. That's when I heard it, a faint rustling in the bushes nearby. It was hard to say exactly what it was, but it didn't sound like any animal I recognized. My pulse quickened, and I sat perfectly still, trying to peer through the darkness. The rustling grew louder, then stopped suddenly. I held my breath, waiting. Nothing. The wind picked up again, and I forced myself to relax. It was probably just a deer or a raccoon, I told myself. There was no need to panic. But deep down, I knew I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. It was supposed to be a peaceful hike, a relaxing escape from the bustle of everyday life. I had been planning this for weeks, a solitary walk through the dense forest just outside town. I had my backpack, a good pair of boots, plenty of water, and enough snacks to keep me going for a few days if I needed to. The sun was shining when I started, and the air smelled fresh, filled with the scent of pine and earth. The trails here were known for their beauty and tranquility, and I had hiked here many times before, though never by myself. But today I was craving the solitude. I set off early in the morning, the cool breeze making the trees sway gently above me. The sound of birds singing in the distance was soothing, and I could hear the rustling of small creatures in the underbrush. The trail was familiar, winding through the forest, and I knew it well. My goal was to reach the old creek that ran through the woods, a spot I had always enjoyed. It wasn't far, just a couple of miles, but I hadn't realized how quickly things would take a turn. I took my time, enjoying the peacefulness, breathing in the crisp air, and keeping my pace slow. The trail was clear, marked by well-worn signs and arrows, so I wasn't worried about getting lost. I followed the path, lost in my thoughts, when I realized I hadn't seen the familiar signposts for a while. The trail seemed to have changed, but I couldn't quite put my finger on what was wrong. I checked my map, realizing I had strayed a little off course. No big deal, I thought. The woods weren't all that vast here. I could always turn back and retrace my steps. But as I turned around, I noticed that the path behind me was no longer visible. It was as if the woods had closed in on themselves, swallowing the trail behind me. I stopped in my tracks, my heart rate picking up. This wasn't right. I had been following the same trail for years, but now it was gone. The trees around me seemed unfamiliar. The ground beneath my boots felt different. A knot formed in my stomach. I pulled out my phone, but there was no signal. Of course, there wasn't. I decided to keep walking, thinking that if I just pressed on, I'd find something familiar. The forest felt eerily still, the birds' songs quieting as I moved deeper. Every crack of a twig underfoot sounded louder, more unsettling. I kept my head down, focusing on the next step, but it didn't feel like I was getting anywhere. The trees seemed to grow taller, the underbrush thicker. The further I went, the more disorienting everything became. After what felt like hours, I realized I had no idea where I was anymore. I looked around, the landscape shifting in ways I didn't remember. The trees were so dense now, it felt like the entire forest had closed in around me. The sky above was barely visible through the thick canopy of leaves. I tried to retrace my steps, but nothing looked the same. I was lost, completely, hopelessly lost. I tried to calm myself, reminding myself that I had hiked in forests before, that I could survive this. I pulled out my map again, but it didn't help. I knew where I had started, but the woods had shifted around me. There was no telling where I was now. I continued walking, hoping for a sign of a clearing or something familiar, but nothing came. My water supply was getting low, and the snacks in my backpack weren't going to last long. I had no choice but to keep moving. I pushed through the brush, trying to find the edge of the woods or a trail marker, but the more I walked, the more it felt like the forest was closing in on me. The sun was beginning to dip lower in the sky, and I knew night would come soon. The thought of being alone in the woods after dark made my heart race. I needed to find shelter. I needed to find my way out. As the light faded, the forest became darker, the shadows stretching across the ground like fingers reaching for me. The temperature dropped rapidly, and I shivered, not just from the cold, but from the growing sense of dread that settled in my chest. The woods were no longer quiet. I could hear distant sounds, twigs snapping, leaves rustling. It was as if something was following me, watching me. I found a small, natural hollow between two large trees and decided to rest for a moment. I took a deep breath, trying to calm myself, and pulled out the last of my water. The stillness of the night was suffocating, and the darkness pressed in around me like a heavy weight. I knew I needed to keep moving, but I couldn't bring myself to leave the small bit of shelter I had found. The sounds of the forest seemed louder now, more menacing. I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. My mind raced with possibilities, but none of them made sense. It was just me in these woods, wasn't it? I kept telling myself that, but the noises wouldn't stop. The rustling of leaves, the snapping of twigs. And then, a branch cracked loudly behind me. I spun around, my heart pounding, but there was nothing there. Just the trees, the darkness. I tried to brush it off, but the feeling of being watched was overwhelming. I stood up, grabbing my backpack, and decided to move on. But then, I heard something, a low, guttural growl, like an animal, but deeper, more unsettling. It was distant, but it was there, just enough to make my blood run cold. I froze, not daring to breathe. The sound echoed in the night, and for a moment, I couldn't tell if it was real or if my mind was playing tricks on me. I backed away slowly, trying to stay as quiet as possible. The growl came again, closer this time. I turned and bolted, not knowing which direction I was running in, just desperate to get away. My boots pounded against the ground, the brush scratching at my legs, but I didn't stop. The growling continued, following me, growing louder. My heart was racing, and my breath came in shallow gasps. I couldn't afford to stop. After what felt like an eternity, I stumbled into a small clearing. It wasn't much, but it was open, and the trees were spaced farther apart. I collapsed to the ground, gasping for air, listening for any sign of what was chasing me. The growling had stopped, but I could still hear movement in the distance. Something was out there. I knew I had to keep moving. I couldn't let whatever it was find me. My mind was spinning, and I couldn't think straight, but I had no choice. I had to survive. I forced myself to my feet and began walking again, not caring about the direction, just trying to put distance between me and the noise. The night was unnaturally quiet now, the only sound being the crunch of leaves underfoot. I stumbled, my legs aching, but I pushed on. The fear had a grip on me now, and I couldn't let it control me. I had to stay focused. And then, just as I thought I couldn't go any further, I saw it, a faint light through the trees. It was distant, but it was there. I had to get to it. I pushed myself harder, running as fast as I could through the woods, ignoring the pain in my legs, the exhaustion that threatened to overwhelm me. Couldn't stop, couldn't give up. The light grew brighter as I drew closer, and soon I could make out the shape of a cabin in the distance. It wasn't much, but it was shelter, a chance to survive. I stumbled toward the cabin, and as I neared, the door creaked open. A figure appeared in the doorway, silhouetted by the light inside. They didn't say anything, but their eyes met mine, and in that moment, I knew I had found safety. I had made it out of the woods alive. I collapsed inside, breathing heavily, my heart still pounding. The figure didn't ask questions, didn't need to. They handed me a warm drink and a blanket. I was safe. I was out of the woods. I grew up loving the outdoors. There was something about being surrounded by trees and the sound of birds that made me feel alive. So, when I had a long weekend coming up, I decided to go for a solo hiking trip. It wasn't my first time hiking alone, and I felt confident. I picked a remote trail in the mountains, one that promised stunning views and the kind of solitude I craved. I packed everything I thought I'd need: food, water, a map, a compass, a flashlight, and a first aid kit. I even brought a small tent and a sleeping bag just in case. The drive to the trailhead took a couple of hours, and by the time I got there, it was mid-morning. The weather was perfect: clear skies, a gentle breeze, and just warm enough to be comfortable. I checked my gear one last time and set off. The first few hours of hiking were incredible. The trail wound through dense forest, occasionally opening up to reveal breathtaking views of the valleys below. I stopped for lunch near a small stream, feeling completely at peace. After lunch, I decided to explore a little off the main trail. I'd read online about a hidden lake that wasn't marked on most maps. The idea of finding it felt like a mini adventure within my trip. I had a general idea of where it was supposed to be, and with my map and compass, I figured I'd be fine. At first, the detour seemed like a great idea. The forest off the trail was even more beautiful, untouched and wild. I felt like I was stepping into a different world. But as the hours passed, I started to realize I might have underestimated how far the lake was. The terrain was tougher than I expected, with steep inclines and thick underbrush. I told myself I'd just go a little further and turn back if I didn't find it. It was around late afternoon when I finally admitted to myself that I wasn't going to find the lake. I decided it was time to head back. But when I turned around and started retracing my steps, nothing looked familiar. The trees all seemed the same, and the landmarks I thought I'd remember were nowhere to be seen. I tried to stay calm, reminding myself that I had a compass and a map. I just need to figure out my location and find my way back to the main trail. But the more I tried to navigate, the more lost I felt. The forest seemed to close in around me, and the light was starting to fade. Panic began to creep in, but I pushed it down. I told myself to focus. I found a relatively clear spot, sat down, and pulled out my map and compass. I knew the general direction of the trailhead, so I decided to head that way. As long as I kept moving, I'd find something familiar, right? The problem was the forest wasn't making it easy. The underbrush was thick, and the ground was uneven. Every step felt like a struggle. I'd go a few hundred feet and then have to adjust my direction to avoid a dense patch of trees or a steep drop. And with the sun setting, it was getting harder to see. I pulled out my flashlight, but the beam felt weak against the vast darkness of the forest. I hadn't realized how quickly the night would fall out here. By the time it was fully dark, I knew I wasn't going to make it back to the trailhead that night. I needed to find a place to camp. I found a relatively flat spot and set up my tent. I wasn't hungry, but I forced myself to eat a protein bar. I knew I needed the energy. The night was eerily quiet, with only the occasional rustle of leaves in the wind. Every little sound made me jump. I tried to sleep, but my mind was racing. What if I couldn't find my way back tomorrow? What if something happened to me out here? Morning couldn't come fast enough. As soon as it was light, I packed up and started moving. I was determined to stay calm and focused. I decided to follow a small stream I'd come across the day before. Streams often lead to larger bodies of water or even trails, I told myself. But as the hours dragged on, I started to doubt that decision. The stream twisted and turned, leading me deeper into the forest. My legs were aching, and my water supply was running low. I tried not to think about what would happen if I ran out completely. Around midday, I stumbled upon an old, overgrown trail. It wasn't marked on my map, but it was something. I decided to follow it, hoping it would lead me to a main trail or at least a recognizable landmark. The trail was faint, barely more than a suggestion in the underbrush, but it gave me a sense of direction. I followed it for what felt like hours, the sun beating down through the gaps in the trees. My body was exhausted, but I kept pushing forward. Then I heard it, the faint sound of rushing water. My heart leapt. Water meant a stream or a river, and rivers often led to people. I followed the sound, my pace quickening despite my fatigue. When I finally reached the source, I was both relieved and disappointed. It was a river, but it was wide and fast-moving with no easy way to cross. Still, it was a lifeline. I decided to follow it downstream, hoping it would lead me to a bridge or a crossing point. The next few hours were a blur of walking and stumbling. I was running on pure adrenaline, my body screaming for rest. The forest on either side of the river was dense, making it hard to stay close to the water. I had to keep moving, though. Stopping felt like giving up. As the sun began to set, I spotted something that made my heart skip a beat. A cabin. It was small and weathered, tucked away in the trees. I almost couldn't believe it was real. I approached cautiously, calling out as I got closer. There was no response, but the door was unlocked. Inside, it was clear the cabin hadn't been used in years. There was dust everywhere, and the furniture was old and worn, but it was shelter. I found a small stash of canned food in one of the cupboards, along with an old metal pot. There was a fireplace, and after some effort, I managed to get a fire going. For the first time in 2 days, I felt a flicker of hope. That night, I slept better than I thought I would. The cabin felt like a shield against the vast, uncaring forest. In the morning, I decided to stay put for a while. I needed to conserve my energy and figure out my next move. I spent the day exploring the area around the cabin, looking for signs of a trail or road. I also collected as much firewood as I could find, knowing I'd need it if I had to stay another night. On the third day, I decided to follow the river again. I left a note in the cabin, just in case someone came by, and packed the rest of the canned food. By now, my body was running on fumes, but I pushed through. Hours later, I came across a dirt road. It was overgrown, but it was a road. I followed it, praying it would lead me somewhere. By evening, I saw the unmistakable shape of a car in the distance. It was parked near a small clearing where the road met a wider trail. I almost cried with relief. I waited near the car until its owner returned, a hunter who looked as surprised to see me as I was relieved to see him. He gave me water and offered to drive me back to town. When I finally got back to civilization, the relief was overwhelming. I learned a lot during those 3 days in the forest, about the wilderness, about preparation, and about myself. I still love hiking, but I've never underestimated the forest again. It was supposed to be a short hike, just a couple of hours to clear my head. I'd been working nonstop for weeks, and my mind felt fried from staring at computer screens. The idea of fresh air, the crunch of leaves underfoot, and the scent of pine needles seemed like the perfect remedy. I chose a trail I'd seen listed online, one of those lesser-known ones, tucked away on the edge of a national forest. It wasn't far from town, and according to the reviews, it was quiet and peaceful. Just what I needed. I parked my car in the gravel lot, the only vehicle there. It was a chilly morning, the kind that made your breath visible in the air. I double-checked my gear, water bottle, a protein bar, and my phone. I had a map downloaded just in case I lost service. The trail was marked as an easy loop, about 5 miles long, so I didn't see the need to pack more than the basics. I slipped on my backpack and set off. The trailhead was well marked, with a wooden sign detailing the route and some warnings about local wildlife. Bears were the main concern, but I'd brought bear spray just in case. The first part of the trail was easy, a well-trodden dirt path weaving through a mix of deciduous and evergreen trees. Birds chirped overhead, and the sun filtered through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the ground. It felt good to be out here, away from the noise of the city and the constant hum of emails and notifications. About an hour in, the trail started to climb. It wasn't steep, but it was enough to get my heart rate up. The views opened up as I ascended, revealing rolling hills covered in dense forest. I stopped to take a sip of water and snap a photo. The trail was still easy to follow, marked with small wooden signs every so often. I hadn't seen another soul since I started, which was both a little eerie and exactly what I'd been hoping for. As I continued, the path narrowed. The trees grew closer together, their branches forming a tight arch overhead. The undergrowth thickened, and I had to step carefully to avoid tripping on roots and rocks. I noticed fewer trail markers, but I wasn't too concerned. The map showed the loop clearly, and I hadn't taken any turns. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. The forest felt denser here, the air cooler. The chirping birds had gone silent, replaced by an unsettling quiet that made me hyper-aware of every crunch of my boots. After another half hour, I realized I hadn't seen a trail marker in a while. I stopped, pulling out my phone to check the map. The GPS dot hovered uncertainly, struggling to pinpoint my location. I cursed under my breath and looked around. The trail had become faint, barely more than a thin line of dirt cutting through the brush. I decided to backtrack, figuring I'd missed a marker or a turn somewhere along the way, but retracing my steps didn't help. The landscape looked unfamiliar, the trees blending into one another in a confusing sameness. Panic started to creep in as I realized I might be lost. I took a deep breath, forcing myself to stay calm. I had the map, I had water, and I wasn't too far from the starting point. I'd be fine. I turned back in what I thought was the direction of the trailhead, keeping an eye out for anything recognizable. The sun, now high overhead, didn't help much with navigation. The forest seemed to stretch endlessly in every direction, a maze of trunks and shadows. My phone's GPS was still useless, and I had no signal to call for help. Hours passed. My legs ached from walking, and my water bottle was almost empty. I'd eaten the protein bar earlier, but it had barely taken the edge off my growing hunger. I'd started marking trees with scratches from a small pocket knife, trying to avoid going in circles. The marks gave me a strange sense of comfort, a way to track my progress, even if I wasn't sure where I was going. As the afternoon wore on, the light began to change. The sun dipped lower, casting long shadows that made the forest feel even more alien. I stumbled upon a small stream and knelt to refill my water bottle, using a portable filter I'd almost forgotten I had. The cold water was a relief, but it did little to ease my growing anxiety. I had no idea how far I'd wandered or how to get back to the car. By the time dusk settled in, I knew I had to stop and make camp. Walking in the dark was a bad idea, especially without a clear path. I found a relatively flat spot near the stream and gathered some fallen branches to build a small fire. It wasn't much, just enough to keep me warm and provide a bit of light. I sat close to the flames, wrapping my arms around my knees. The forest seemed alive at night, filled with the rustling of unseen creatures and the occasional hoot of an owl. Every noise set my nerves on edge. Sleep was impossible. I'd doze off for a few minutes, only to jerk awake at some sound or the cold seeping through my clothes. The hours dragged on, each one feeling longer than the last. When the first light of dawn finally broke through the trees, I felt a surge of relief. I extinguished the fire, making sure the embers were cold, and set off again. The second day was worse. My legs felt like lead, and my stomach ached with hunger. I'd hoped to find the trail or some sign of civilization, but the forest seemed determined to keep me lost. The marks I'd made on the trees were no longer visible, and I'd stopped trying to use the map. It was useless without a clear point of reference. Around midday, I stumbled upon an old, overgrown logging road. My heart leapt. It wasn't the trail, but it was something, a man-made path that had to lead somewhere. I followed it, my pace quickening despite my exhaustion. The road twisted and turned, overgrown with weeds and partially blocked by fallen trees. It was slow going, but it gave me hope. By late afternoon, the road led me to a clearing. In the center stood a small, dilapidated cabin. The roof sagged, and the windows were broken, but it was a shelter. I approached cautiously, peering inside. The interior was empty, save for some broken furniture and a rusted wood stove. It wasn't much, but it felt like a lifeline. I spent the night in the cabin, thankful for the walls and roof. I found an old tin can near the stove and used it to boil water from the stream, hoping it would stave off any bacteria. The firelight flickered on the walls, and for the first time since getting lost, I felt a tiny spark of hope. If there was a cabin, there had to be people nearby. Logging roads didn't exist in isolation. The next morning, I set out again, following the road further. It was slow progress, but I felt a sense of purpose. The road eventually led to a fork, and I chose the path that seemed more traveled. Hours later, just as the sun was starting to set, I heard it, the distant hum of a car engine. I practically ran toward the sound, emerging onto a paved road where a pickup truck was parked on the shoulder. The driver, a middle-aged man in a flannel shirt, looked startled as I waved him down. He gave me water and a granola bar while I explained what had happened. He offered to drive me back to town, and I accepted without hesitation. As we drove, the reality of what I'd been through started to sink in. I'd spent 2 nights lost in the woods, surviving on sheer determination and a bit of luck. When we reached the small town near the trailhead, I thanked the man profusely. He refused any payment, just glad to help. I retrieved my car from the lot, its sight almost bringing me to tears. As I sat behind the wheel, the weight of the ordeal finally lifted. I'd made it out. I was safe, and I'd never take a simple hike for granted again. The air smelled of pine and damp earth as I parked my car at the trailhead. It was late afternoon, and the light was already beginning to soften, casting long shadows across the gravel lot. I shouldered my backpack, double-checked my gear, and set off down the trail. This was supposed to be a solo weekend trip, a chance to disconnect from the world and reconnect with myself. I'd picked a spot deep in the woods, a small clearing near a creek that I'd found on a map but never visited before. The trail started out easy, weaving through tall trees and thick undergrowth. Birds chirped overhead, and every now and then, I'd hear the rustle of leaves as a squirrel darted through the brush. I felt a sense of calm as my boots crunched against the dirt path. There's something grounding about being out in nature, away from the constant buzz of phones and emails. As the sun dipped lower, the trail became more rugged. Roots jutted out like claws, and the path narrowed until I was brushing against ferns and brambles. I checked my map to make sure I was still on course. According to the marked route, I should have been close to the clearing. But as I walked, the forest seemed to grow denser. The trees loomed larger, their branches intertwining overhead and blocking out much of the remaining daylight. I felt a slight unease but shrugged it off. I probably just misjudged the distance. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, I broke through the thicket and found the clearing. It was smaller than I'd expected, but it would do. A creek gurgled nearby, its sound soothing against the quiet of the forest. I set down my pack, took a swig of water, and began setting up camp. The tent went up easily, and I gathered some dry wood for a fire. By the time I had everything ready, the sun had slipped below the horizon, and the woods were cloaked in shadows. I lit the fire and sat back, letting its warmth seep into my skin. The night was cool, and the stars were starting to peek through the canopy above. I ate a simple dinner of trail mix and jerky, washing it down with water from my flask. It was peaceful, just me and the crackling fire. But as the night deepened, that earlier unease crept back in. The woods felt too quiet. The usual nighttime chorus of insects and distant animal calls was strangely absent. I told myself it was nothing. Maybe the cool temperature had silenced the crickets, or maybe I was just imagining things. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. I scanned the tree line, but it was impossible to see beyond the flickering light of the fire. Shadows danced and shifted, but nothing moved. I forced myself to relax, reminding myself that I was alone out here, probably just tired from the hike. I thought. After dousing the fire, I crawled into my tent and zipped it shut. The thin walls felt both comforting and vulnerable. I lay there for a while, listening to the creak and the occasional rustle of leaves. Sleep didn't come easily. My mind kept playing tricks on me, imagining shapes in the darkness and phantom footsteps outside the tent. But eventually, exhaustion won out and I drifted off. I woke suddenly in the middle of the night. At first, I wasn't sure what had pulled me from sleep. The forest was pitch black, and the only sound was the gentle flow of the creek. I lay still, my heart pounding, straining to hear anything unusual. That's when I heard it, a soft, rhythmic crunching. Footsteps. They were slow and deliberate, moving through the undergrowth near my tent. My breath caught in my throat. I stayed completely still, my mind racing. Could it be a deer? A bear? But the steps didn't have the heavy, uneven quality of an animal. They sounded human. I reached for my knife, the only weapon I'd brought, and held it tightly in my hand. The footsteps circled the tent, pausing every so often, as if whoever or whatever it was listening. Minutes passed, though it felt like hours. Finally, the footsteps faded into the distance. I lay there, gripping the knife, too scared to move. Sleep was out of the question. I stayed awake, listening for any sign of the intruder, but the night remained silent. When dawn finally broke, I unzipped the tent cautiously and stepped outside. The clearing looked the same as it had the evening before, but I felt exposed in the daylight. I scanned the ground for any signs of who or what had been there. Near the edge of the clearing, I found them. Footprints. Human footprints. They weren't mine. I hadn't walked there. The sight sent a chill down my spine. I debated packing up and leaving right then, but I'd planned for 2 nights, and I didn't want to let fear ruin my trip. I convinced myself that it could have been another hiker who'd wandered too close, maybe even curious about my camp. It wasn't a comforting thought, but it was better than some alternatives. Still, I couldn't shake the unease. The day passed uneventfully. I hiked to a nearby overlook, took some photos, and tried to enjoy the solitude. But the forest felt different now, less inviting. Every snap of a twig or rustle of leaves set me on edge. By the time I returned to camp, I'd made up my mind to leave the next morning. One more night, I told myself. Just get through one more night. That evening, I built the fire higher than the night before, its flames casting a wider circle of light. I kept my knife close and didn't stray far from the fire. As the hours dragged on, I started to feel foolish for being so paranoid. Maybe I'd imagined the footsteps, or maybe they'd been a harmless passerby. But just as I was beginning to relax, I heard it again. The footsteps. This time, they came from the opposite side of the clearing. Slow, deliberate, and unmistakably human. My heart raced as I stood, knife in hand, peering into the darkness. The firelight didn't reach far enough to see who or what was out there. "Hello," I called, though my voice trembled. There was no response. The footsteps stopped, and the silence was deafening. I felt trapped, like a cornered animal, my mind racing through scenarios. Should I run? Stay by the fire? Confront whoever was out there? Before I could decide, a loud crash came from the trees, as if something heavy had been thrown. My fight or flight instincts kicked in, and I chose flight. Grabbing my pack and leaving the tent behind, I bolted down the trail, the firelight fading quickly behind me. I didn't look back, too afraid of what I might see. The hike back to the car was a blur. The trail, which had seemed so serene before, now felt like a labyrinth of shadows and threats. Every noise made me jump, and I constantly glanced over my shoulder. When I finally reached the trailhead and saw my car, relief washed over me. I jumped in, locked the doors, and started the engine. It wasn't until I was miles away that I allowed myself to breathe normally again. I never found out who or what had been out there. Maybe it was just another camper, or maybe it was someone with less innocent intentions. All I know is that I've never felt truly alone in the woods since that night. Even now, the thought of those footsteps circling my tent makes my skin crawl. I still love hiking and camping, but I've never gone solo again. The forest felt endless as I trudged deeper into the woods, my backpack heavy on my shoulders. It was late October, and the crisp air carried a faint scent of decaying leaves. I had planned this solo camping trip for months, eager to escape the monotony of daily life. My job had been grinding me down, and I craved the peace and solitude of nature. Armed with a detailed map and enough supplies for 3 days, I felt confident I could handle whatever the wilderness threw at me. I arrived at the trailhead around mid-morning. The sun filtered through the canopy above, casting dappled shadows on the ground. I had chosen a less popular route, hoping to avoid other hikers. After all, solitude was the goal. The trail was narrow and overgrown in places, but it was well marked, and I felt at ease as I followed it. Birds chirped overhead, and the occasional rustle in the underbrush hinted at small animals going about their day. It felt good to be out here, away from the constant hum of city life. By late afternoon, I had covered about 10 miles. My legs were sore, but it was a satisfying kind of ache. I found a clearing near a small creek and decided to set up camp. The spot was perfect. Level ground, access to water, and surrounded by tall pines that shielded me from the wind. I pitched my tent, gathered firewood, and cooked a simple meal of instant noodles and jerky. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the temperature dropped sharply. I wrapped myself in my jacket and sat by the fire, listening to the sounds of the forest. The first night passed uneventfully. I woke up early, eager to explore the area. My plan was to hike to a nearby ridge that offered stunning views of the valley below. The trail leading to the ridge was steeper and rockier than I had anticipated, but the effort was worth it. When I reached the top, the view took my breath away. The valley stretched out below me, a patchwork of orange and yellow foliage, with the creek snaking through the center like a silver ribbon. I sat there for a long time, soaking in the beauty and the silence. On the way back to camp, I noticed something odd. A set of footprints, fresh ones, cut across the trail. They were larger than mine and appeared to be heading in the same direction I had come from. I hadn't seen anyone all day, and the realization unsettled me. I tried to shake it off, reasoning that someone could have taken a different trail and looped back. Still, I found myself glancing over my shoulder more often than usual. When I returned to my campsite, everything was as I had left it. My tent was intact, and my supplies were untouched. The fire pit still held the cold ashes from the previous night. I forced myself to relax, telling myself I was being paranoid. After all, this was a public forest. It wasn't unusual for others to be out here. That evening, as I was preparing dinner, I heard a sound that made my heart skip a beat. It was faint at first, almost indistinguishable from the natural sounds of the forest. But as I strained to listen, it became clearer. The crunch of footsteps on dry leaves. They were slow and deliberate, coming from somewhere behind me. I froze, my hand gripping the handle of my cooking pot. My mind raced through the possibilities. A deer? A bear? Or was it the person who had left those footprints? "Hello!" I called out, my voice trembling slightly. The footsteps stopped. The silence that followed was oppressive, and every nerve in my body was on edge. After what felt like an eternity, I heard the sound of retreating footsteps, fading into the distance. I stood there for a long time, staring into the darkness, before finally convincing myself to finish my meal. That night, sleep didn't come easily. I lay in my tent, listening to every creak and rustle outside. The wind picked up, and the trees swayed, their branches groaning like old wooden beams. At some point, exhaustion overtook me, and I drifted off. The next morning, I found something that made my stomach churn. Just outside my campsite, on a patch of bare earth, was a fresh footprint. It was large, with deep impressions that suggested whoever had left it was heavy. The print was pointed directly at my tent. My pulse quickened as I scanned the area, but there was no sign of anyone. I packed up my gear as quickly as I could, deciding to cut my trip short. The idea of spending another night out here didn't sit well with me anymore. I decided to take a different route back to the trailhead, one that would loop around the ridge and add a few extra miles to my hike. I hoped it would also increase my chances of encountering other hikers. The trail was rougher and less maintained, but I didn't care. I just wanted to put as much distance as possible between myself and whoever had been near my campsite. As the day wore on, the sense of unease grew. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. Every snap of a twig and rustle of leaves made me whip around, my heart pounding. I started noticing little things that didn't seem right. A pile of stones arranged in a neat stack by the side of the trail, a tree with its bark gouged out in long, parallel lines, and once, a faint whiff of cigarette smoke carried on the wind. It felt as though the forest itself was conspiring against me. By late afternoon, I was utterly drained. My legs felt like lead, and my water supply was running low. I knew I needed to find a place to rest, but the thought of stopping made my skin crawl. Finally, I came across a rocky outcrop that offered a decent vantage point. I sat down, my back against the cool stone, and tried to catch my breath. The forest stretched out before me, serene and indifferent. For a moment, I almost felt foolish for letting my imagination get the better of me. And then I saw him. He was standing at the edge of the trees, partially obscured by the shadows. He was tall, wearing dark clothing, and he wasn't moving. My breath caught in my throat as I realized he was looking directly at me. Panic surged through me, and I scrambled to my feet, nearly losing my balance. When I looked back, he was gone. I didn't think. I just ran. The trail blurred beneath my feet as adrenaline propelled me forward. I didn't care about the noise I was making or the risk of tripping. All I could think about was putting as much distance as possible between myself and that man. My lungs burned, and my legs screamed in protest, but I didn't stop. When I finally stumbled onto a wider, more well-used trail, I collapsed to my knees, gasping for air. The sun was setting, and the shadows were growing longer. I forced myself to get up and keep moving, following the trail as it wound downhill. Eventually, I saw a signpost that pointed the way to the trailhead. Relief washed over me, and I quickened my pace. I reached the parking lot just as darkness fell. My car was the only one there. I threw my backpack into the trunk and got behind the wheel, locking the doors immediately. As I started the engine, I glanced in the rearview mirror. For a split second, I thought I saw movement at the edge of the lot, but when I looked again, there was nothing. The drive home was a blur. When I finally walked through my front door, I felt a wave of relief so intense it brought tears to my eyes. I locked every door and window in the house, double-checked them, and then checked again. That night, I slept with the lights on. In the weeks that followed, I couldn't stop replaying the events in my mind. Who was that man? What did he want? And why had he been out there in the middle of nowhere? I'll probably never know the answers. But one thing is certain. I won't be going back into the woods alone anytime soon. When I decided to go camping in the woods alone, I thought it would be a refreshing break from the routine. I'd done plenty of solo hikes before, but this time I wanted to spend a couple of nights out there. Just me, my gear, and the quiet of nature. I picked a spot about an hour's drive from home, an area with trails that weren't too popular, but still had enough open space to set up camp comfortably. I'd studied the map and packed carefully: tent, sleeping bag, enough food for 3 days, water, a first aid kit, and a reliable flashlight with extra batteries. I thought I was prepared for anything. The drive out was uneventful. The last 15 minutes were on a gravel road that wound through dense forest, and I didn't pass another car the entire way. That suited me fine. I was looking forward to the solitude. When I arrived at the trailhead, I parked my car in the small gravel lot, slung my pack over my shoulders, and started walking. The trail was peaceful. Birds chirped in the trees, and the sound of the wind rustling through the leaves was calming. I'd picked a spot about 3 miles in to set up camp, near a small stream. It wasn't too far to hike with all my gear, but far enough that I wouldn't hear any road noise or encounter casual day hikers. I reached the spot around mid-afternoon and found it exactly as I'd hoped. There was a flat patch of ground perfect for my tent, a few large rocks where I could sit and cook, and the stream burbled softly nearby. I felt a little thrill of satisfaction. This was exactly what I'd been looking forward to. Setting up camp took about an hour. The tent went up easily, and I arranged my gear inside so everything was within reach. I'd brought a small camp stove, and after everything was set up, I made myself a cup of coffee and sat on one of the rocks by the stream. The sunlight filtered through the trees, dappling the ground in golden light. It felt good to be out there, away from the noise and stress of everyday life. I stayed there for a while, sipping my coffee and letting my mind wander. As the sun started to dip lower in the sky, I decided to gather some firewood. I wanted to have a fire that evening, partly for warmth but mostly for the ambience. There were plenty of fallen branches and dry wood around, so it didn't take long to collect a decent pile. By the time I had the fire going, the sun was setting, and the woods were growing darker. The fire crackled and popped, casting flickering shadows on the trees around me. I ate a simple dinner of dehydrated soup and crackers, feeling content. The first night was uneventful. I slept surprisingly well, waking only once to the distant hoot of an owl. The air was cool but not cold, and my sleeping bag was warm and comfortable. When I woke up the next morning, the sun was just beginning to rise, and the woods were alive with the sound of birdsong. I made another cup of coffee, ate a granola bar for breakfast, and decided to spend the day exploring the area. I left most of my gear at the campsite, taking only a small day pack with some water, snacks, and my map. The trails around the area weren't marked, but I'd studied the map enough to feel confident I wouldn't get lost. I spent the morning wandering through the woods, following the stream and occasionally climbing small ridges to get a better view of the landscape. It was beautiful, quiet, and untouched, with no sign of other people. I saw deer in the distance and once startled a rabbit that darted away into the underbrush. By midday, I'd made my way back to the campsite, where I ate lunch and relaxed by the fire for a while. It was mid-afternoon when I noticed something odd. I'd left my campsite tidy that morning, but when I returned, it looked slightly disturbed. My pack was sitting at a different angle than I'd left it, and the firewood pile seemed smaller. At first, I thought maybe I just remembered things wrong. Maybe I hadn't stacked the firewood as neatly as I'd thought, or maybe the pack had shifted when I picked it up. But the feeling lingered, a faint unease I couldn't shake. I shrugged it off and went about my afternoon, but I kept glancing around the woods as if expecting to see someone. There was no one, of course, just trees and shadows and the occasional rustle of leaves in the breeze. I told myself I was being silly. This was exactly what I'd wanted, to be alone in nature. I should be enjoying it, not letting my imagination run wild. The second night was different. As I sat by the fire after dinner, the woods felt quieter. The usual background hum of insects and distant animal sounds seemed muted, almost as if the forest were holding its breath. I told myself it was nothing, that I was just imagining things because of my earlier unease. But when I crawled into my tent and zipped it up, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. I woke up in the middle of the night to a sound outside my tent. It was faint, a soft rustling, but it was close. My heart started pounding as I lay there, straining to hear. The rustling stopped, and for a moment, there was silence. Then I heard it again, a slow, deliberate sound, like someone or something moving carefully through the underbrush. I reached for my flashlight, gripping it tightly as I unzipped the tent just enough to peek outside. The fire had burned down to embers, casting a faint red glow over the campsite. I scanned the area with the flashlight beam, my heart racing. There was nothing, no movement, no sign of anything unusual. Just the trees and the shadows and the faint glow of the embers. I told myself it was probably an animal. A raccoon, maybe, or a deer. I zipped the tent back up and lay there, my ears straining for any sound. Eventually, the rustling stopped, and I drifted back into an uneasy sleep. The next morning, I found footprints around my campsite. They weren't animal tracks. They were human, barefoot, slightly larger than my own feet, and they circled the campsite in a wide arc. My stomach dropped as I stared at them, my mind racing. Someone had been here. Someone had been watching me. I tried to stay calm. Maybe it was just a hiker who'd gotten curious and wandered too close. Maybe they hadn't realized I was there. But deep down, I didn't believe that. The tracks were too deliberate, too methodical. Whoever it was had walked all the way around my campsite, staying just out of sight. The thought sent a chill down my spine. I packed up my gear quickly, my hands shaking as I stuffed everything into my pack. I'd planned to stay another night, but there was no way I was spending another minute out there. I wanted to get back to the trailhead and the safety of my car as fast as possible. The hike back felt longer than it had on the way in. Every sound made me jump. Every shadow seemed to hide something sinister. I kept looking over my shoulder, half expecting to see someone following me. But the trail remained empty, and I saw no one. When I finally reached the parking lot, my car was the only one there. I threw my pack into the back seat and locked the doors as soon as I got inside. Driving away, I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see someone step out of the woods behind me. But there was nothing, just the trees and the empty gravel road. When I finally got home, I locked all the doors and windows and spent the rest of the day trying to shake the lingering feeling of unease. I never found out who or what had been out there with me. Maybe it was just another camper, curious but harmless. Or maybe it was something more sinister. I'll never know. But one thing is certain. I'll never camp alone in the woods again. Camping alone in the woods always felt like a way to reconnect with myself. I had done it before and found the solitude invigorating. But this trip in early October promised to be different. The weather was cooler, and the leaves were just beginning to turn shades of gold and crimson, making it the perfect time to spend a weekend away from the noise of the city. I packed my gear meticulously, making sure I had everything: a sturdy tent, a sleeping bag rated for the cold, enough food and water, and my trusted camping knife. This time, I'd chosen a spot deep in the forest, far from any designated camping area. The drive to the trailhead took about 3 hours, and I arrived just before noon. The air was crisp, and the forest was alive with the rustling of leaves and the distant calls of birds. I slung my backpack on, locked my car, and began the hike. The trail started easy, with well-trodden dirt paths winding through tall pines. As I ventured deeper, the path grew narrower, the trees denser, and the sounds of the forest quieter. After 2 hours, I reached a small clearing by a creek, my chosen campsite. It was perfect, secluded, with a flat area for my tent and plenty of firewood nearby. Setting up camp took me about an hour. I pitched my tent on a dry patch of ground, not too close to the creek in case of unexpected rain, and gathered stones to build a small fire pit. Once everything was ready, I sat by the water, eating a quick lunch and taking in the scenery. The creek's gentle babble was soothing, and the sunlight filtered through the trees in golden beams. It felt like I was the only person in the world. As the afternoon waned, I decided to explore the area. I followed the creek upstream for a while, noticing the signs of wildlife: deer tracks in the mud, the occasional squirrel darting through the underbrush, and a fallen log gnawed by beavers. I made a mental note of landmarks to avoid getting lost. After about an hour, I turned back. The sun was beginning to dip below the treetops, and I wanted to start a fire before dark. Back at camp, I gathered dry twigs and branches, arranging them in the fire pit. With a bit of effort, I managed to get a flame going, and soon a cheerful fire crackled before me. I cooked a simple dinner over the flames and sat back to enjoy the quiet. As darkness fell, the forest transformed. The rustling of leaves became more pronounced, the creeks gurgle louder, and distant sounds, branches snapping, an owl hooting, seemed to echo eerily. I told myself it was just the amplified stillness of the night, but a part of me couldn't shake a growing unease. I climbed into my tent around 9 p.m., zipping it securely. The sleeping bag was warm, and I quickly began to doze off, comforted by the faint glow of embers outside. But my sleep was restless. I woke up several times, each time with the unsettling feeling that something was nearby. Once, I thought I heard faint footsteps outside, but I convinced myself it was an animal and forced myself to fall back asleep. Around 3 a.m., I woke again, this time to a sound that made my skin crawl. It was a faint, rhythmic tapping, like something knocking against wood. It was coming from the direction of the creek. My heart pounded as I lay still, straining to listen. The sound continued for a few minutes before stopping abruptly. I didn't dare move. Eventually, exhaustion took over, and I drifted back to sleep, though it was a light and fitful rest. When morning came, the forest seemed almost too quiet. The usual birdsong was absent, and the air felt heavy. I stepped out of the tent, scanning the area. Nothing seemed out of place, but the unease from the night lingered. I decided to stay close to camp that day, keeping myself busy gathering firewood and exploring the immediate surroundings. I found a few odd things. A tree with deep scratches running down its trunk, far too high to be made by any animal I knew, and a patch of ground near the creek that looked recently disturbed. I chalked it up to my imagination and resolved not to let fear ruin my trip. That evening, as I sat by the fire, the unease returned. The forest felt watchful, as if it were holding its breath. I decided to turn in early, hoping to get a good night's sleep. But as soon as I lay down, the noises began again. This time, it was a faint rustling, like something moving through the underbrush. It grew closer, then stopped. I gripped my knife tightly, every muscle in my body tense. Minutes passed in silence. Then, just as I was beginning to relax, there was a loud snap, like a branch breaking underfoot, right outside my tent. I froze, barely daring to breathe. The sound was followed by silence so profound it was deafening. I wanted to unzip the tent and look, but fear rooted me in place. Hours seemed to crawl by before the first light of dawn crept through the fabric of the tent. When I finally mustered the courage to step outside, the fire had burned out and everything appeared undisturbed. But the sense of being watched was stronger than ever. I decided to pack up and leave. As I dismantled the tent, I found something that made my blood run cold. A single muddy handprint on the side of the fabric. It was human, but distorted, the fingers too long and thin. I hurriedly gathered my belongings, slinging my backpack on and double-checking that my knife was within easy reach. The hike back to the car felt endless. Every sound, a snapping twig, a bird taking flight, set my nerves on edge. I kept looking over my shoulder, convinced I wasn't alone. When I finally reached the trailhead, relief washed over me. My car was untouched, and the sight of it felt like salvation. I threw my gear into the back, jumped into the driver's seat, and locked the doors. As I started the engine and pulled away, I glanced into the rearview mirror. The trailhead was empty, but for a fleeting moment, I thought I saw a figure standing just at the edge of the trees, watching. By the time I looked again, it was gone. I haven't been camping since, The forest, once a place of peace and solitude, now feels like a realm of hidden dangers. I still don't know who or what was out there with me, and maybe it's better that way. Some questions are best left unanswered. When I first decided to take a solo camping trip deep into the woods, I thought it would be a peaceful escape from the monotony of daily life. I had spent weeks researching locations, poring over maps, and planning every detail. The spot I chose was tucked away in a remote forest, far from any town or trailhead. It was perfect, secluded, quiet, and untouched, or so I thought. I arrived late in the morning, parking my car at the end of a dusty dirt road that seemed like it hadn't been used in years. The forest loomed ahead, dense and dark even under the midday sun. My pack was heavy, loaded with everything I might need: a tent, food, water, a first aid kit, and a few tools. I felt prepared. I felt confident. The first few hours of hiking were uneventful. The trail was faint, barely more than a deer path, but I followed it diligently, keeping an eye on my GPS and map. The trees were tall and ancient, their gnarled roots weaving through the undergrowth like veins. The only sounds were the crunch of my boots on the ground and the occasional rustle of leaves as a bird or squirrel darted away. It was serene, exactly what I had hoped for. By late afternoon, I reached the spot I had marked on my map, a small clearing beside a narrow stream. The water was crystal clear, and the clearing was flat, with just enough open space to set up my tent. I unpacked quickly, pitching my tent near the stream and gathering some wood for a small fire. As the sun dipped lower, the golden light filtering through the trees made the entire scene look almost magical. That first night was uneventful. I cooked a simple meal over the fire, listened to the chirping of crickets, and watched the stars appear one by one. The forest was alive with sounds: the hoot of an owl, the distant howl of a coyote, the rustling of leaves in the breeze. Felt safe, comforting even. I crawled into my tent and fell asleep almost immediately, lulled by the symphony of the woods. The next day, I spent my time exploring. I followed the stream upstream for a while, finding small waterfalls and pools that looked like they belonged in a postcard. I took photos, filled my water bottle, and soaked in the tranquility. As the day wore on, I ventured further from my camp, pushing through dense undergrowth and clambering over fallen logs. By mid-afternoon, I realized I had wandered farther than I intended. The forest felt different here. The trees were closer together, their branches intertwining overhead to form a canopy that blocked out much of the light. The air was cooler, heavier. I decided to head back, retracing my steps as best as I could. But the forest has a way of playing tricks on you. Landmarks that seemed familiar now looked different. The stream I had been following was nowhere to be seen. Panic bubbled up in my chest, but I forced it down. I had my GPS and map. I would be fine, except the GPS wouldn't turn on. I checked the batteries, but they were fresh. The screen remained stubbornly blank. I pulled out my map and compass, trying to orient myself, but the dense forest made it difficult to find any recognizable features. The sun was beginning to set, and the shadows stretched long and dark across the forest floor. I walked for what felt like hours, my heart pounding harder with every step. The forest seemed to close in around me, the trees pressing closer, their branches clawing at my clothes. The sounds of the forest had changed too. The cheerful chirping of birds was gone, replaced by an oppressive silence. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig made me jump. When I finally stumbled into the clearing where I had set up camp, relief washed over me like a wave. My tent was still there, my gear untouched. I collapsed onto the ground, my legs trembling. I decided then and there that I would leave first thing in the morning. The woods were beautiful, but they were also unpredictable, and I was clearly out of my depth. That night, I couldn't sleep. I lay in my tent, staring at the nylon ceiling, listening to the sounds outside, or rather, the lack of sounds. The forest was unnervingly quiet. Even the wind seemed to have stilled. Every now and then, I thought I heard something, a faint crunch, a soft rustle. I told myself it was just animals, but the unease gnawed at me. Around midnight, I heard it, a distinct sound, different from the others. Footsteps, slow, deliberate, and too heavy to belong to any animal I knew. They stopped just outside my tent. My breath caught in my throat. I didn't move, didn't make a sound. The footsteps resumed, circling the tent, pausing occasionally as if whoever or whatever was out there was listening. I reached for the knife I kept in my pack, my fingers trembling. The footsteps stopped again, this time at the entrance to the tent. The thin fabric felt like no protection at all. I held my breath, clutching the knife so tightly my knuckles turned white. Minutes passed, though it felt like hours, and then the footsteps moved away, fading into the distance. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. When dawn finally broke, I packed up as quickly as I could, my hands shaking. I didn't bother with breakfast. I just wanted to get out of there. The forest felt different in the daylight, less menacing, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. The hike back to my car was grueling. I kept glancing over my shoulder, my ears straining for any sound. Every snap of a twig made my heart race. When I finally reached the dirt road and saw my car, I almost cried with relief. I threw my gear into the trunk and sped away, not looking back. It wasn't until I was safely home, doors locked and curtains drawn, that I allowed myself to process what had happened. I don't know who or what was out there that night, and I don't want to know. What I do know is that the woods are not as empty as they seem. They have eyes and ears, and they don't always welcome intruders. I haven't been camping since. I hadn't been camping in years. I had forgotten what it felt like to wake up to the sounds of rustling leaves and distant bird calls. The plan was simple: hike into the woods, set up camp, and enjoy the peaceful solitude of nature. I thought it would be the perfect way to escape the stress that had been piling up in my life. Little did I know, this trip would change my entire perspective on being alone in the wild. I drove up to the trailhead on a crisp autumn morning. The air was cool and smelled like wet leaves and fresh pine. My backpack felt heavier than I expected, packed with food, a sleeping bag, a small tent, and a few other essentials for a couple of days out there. I always liked the idea of being prepared, though I was a little overzealous. It was just me, a few miles of trail, and an entire wilderness to explore. The trail was quiet when I started. The only sounds were my boots crunching on the dirt and the occasional bird call overhead. I passed by a few trees that looked ancient, their bark twisted and worn with age. The deeper I went into the woods, the more isolated it felt. I didn't mind it. In fact, it felt kind of soothing. I wasn't in any hurry. The plan was to hike a few miles in, find a spot by a stream or river to camp, and set up for the night. About 2 hours in, I found a spot that looked perfect. There was a small clearing near a babbling creek, and the sound of water running was calming. I set up my tent and made a small campfire. The flames crackled and popped, sending little sparks into the air. The sun was starting to dip below the horizon, and the woods grew quieter, the fading light casting long shadows through the trees. I spent the evening sitting by the fire, eating a quick meal of freeze-dried pasta and looking up at the stars. The night was still, and it felt like the woods had swallowed up all the sounds of the world outside. I had no service on my phone, no distractions, just me and the flickering fire. It was peaceful, too peaceful in hindsight. That was when the odd feeling started. At first, it was subtle, just a sense of being watched. I shook it off, thinking it was just my mind playing tricks on me. After all, I was alone in the woods. But the longer I sat there, the more it grew. The shadows seemed to move unnaturally, stretching and warping in the dim light. Every now and then, I thought I saw something just beyond the tree line, a dark shape slipping between the trunks, too quick to make out clearly. I kept the fire going, hoping the warmth and light would keep whatever it was at bay. But the feeling didn't go away. In fact, it seemed to grow stronger the darker it got. I tried to convince myself it was just wildlife, deer maybe, or a raccoon or fox, but deep down I knew it wasn't that simple. I finished my meal quickly and crawled into my tent, zipping it up tightly behind me. The wind picked up a little, making the trees sway and groan. I tried to sleep, but every time I closed my eyes, I felt that sensation again. The sense that something was out there, waiting. At around midnight, I woke up to a strange noise. It wasn't an animal. At least, it didn't sound like anything I'd ever heard before. It was a soft, rustling sound, followed by what I could only describe as a thud, like something heavy had fallen to the ground. I froze. My heart began to race. It wasn't the wind, this was different. I strained my ears, listening, but the woods had gone eerily silent again. Then I heard it, a faint crunching sound, like footsteps moving through the dry leaves just outside my tent. I held my breath, praying that it was just an animal, but deep down, I knew that wasn't true. The sound was too deliberate. Whoever or whatever was out there was moving with intention. My mind raced as I tried to figure out what to do. I grabbed my flashlight, keeping it under the blanket so the light wouldn't shine through the tent. I didn't want to attract attention, but I had to know what was out there. Slowly, I lifted the flap of the tent just a few inches, peering out. The beam of the flashlight swept across the campsite, landing first on the empty space around the fire pit, then over the creek. But when it hit the trees at the edge of the clearing, I froze. For a split second, I thought I saw something. A figure standing still, just at the edge of the light, watching me. It was too tall, too rigid, and its silhouette didn't seem to belong. My heart pounded in my chest. It wasn't an animal. It wasn't even a human. I quickly yanked the flap of the tent closed again, my pulse racing. The sound of footsteps grew louder, closer. Whoever or whatever was out there was circling my camp. I had to do something, but my mind was blank. The air was thick with tension, every small sound making my heart skip a beat. The footsteps stopped right outside my tent. I heard the slow, steady breath of someone or something standing just beyond the fabric. For what felt like an eternity, everything was still. I held my breath, praying that whatever it was would move away. But then, a hand, no, a large, gnarled branch, slid slowly along the side of my tent. The rough texture of it scraped against the fabric, sending a chill down my spine. I had to act. I didn't know how or why, but the instinct to survive kicked in. I grabbed my knife from my bag, my hands shaking as I tightened my grip around the handle. I was about to make a move when I heard the rustling again, followed by a loud snap, like something large had just turned and bolted into the woods. For a long time, I didn't move. I just stayed there, frozen in the dark, listening. My heart was still pounding in my chest. The rustling grew distant, eventually fading completely. I didn't know if it was gone, or if it was just waiting for the right moment to come back. But either way, I wasn't going to find out. Not tonight. As the first light of dawn began to filter through the trees, I packed up my camp as quickly and quietly as I could. I didn't even bother with breakfast. I just wanted to get out of there. I stuffed everything into my backpack, my hands trembling as I secured the straps. The woods felt different in the light of day, calm, serene even. But that strange feeling of being watched never left. It lingered, deep in my bones, as if the forest itself was holding its breath. I hiked back to the trailhead faster than I'd ever hiked before. The sun was fully up now, and the world around me seemed normal again, too normal. The rustling, the strange sounds, the feeling of being stalked. It all felt like a bad dream, but I knew it wasn't. Whatever I had encountered out there, it was real. It was something that didn't belong. When I finally reached my car, I didn't hesitate. I threw my gear into the back, jumped into the driver's seat, and drove off, not looking back. The woods, that place of so-called peace and tranquility, had shown me something I couldn't unsee. It had reminded me that even in nature's beauty, there's a darkness that sometimes lingers just beyond the trees. But at least I was out, and that's all that mattered.